Hey, I think I'm live. Yay. I'm back. I'm gonna be this much of a gap every stream now for the foreseeable future. Except there should be a surprise stream during the week coming up. Early in the week coming up. But yeah, welcome to the reaction stream for February. I saw that I just like got the stream up and went straight to bed. Didn't think about the Discord uh announcement, and I see it didn't go out until 7:30, which is fine. I decided I wouldn't do a second announcement unless someone else has done a second announcement. Wasn't gonna do a second announcement because it was so recent on Discord. Yeah. Oh, hey, Gemster. It helps when YouTube tells people that I'm streaming. But yeah, we're on the Discord. Discord? We're on the Reddit. Please ignore my voice. Just ignore it, like the whole stream. Ignore the voice cracks and stuff. I've had my first week of work. Pardon me. I've been working this week. Oh, you did a second one. Okay. That's all good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, I thought about it, but I wasn't gonna. But that works too. Yeah. Um, the hell was I gonna say? Right, yeah. Voice. I've had my first week of school, of work, working at school, and let's just say I had to do a lot of shouting over loud noises, so I've almost lost my voice. It's like really croaky and breaking all the time at the moment. Um, so yeah. But yeah, I finished my first week and I'm back to stream. You finished Resident Evil 4. Nice. Is it the last boss fight? I know quite easy compared to some others. Yeah. Um, I've always thought personally. Oh, let me think. RE4. Which boss would I think of as being the hardest? I think I think it's safe for me to say I've always thought that Krauser is the um hardest, most scary boss for me in all his forms. I find Krauser more scary and difficult than Sadler. What else is hard in that game? I mean the house defense is hard. Um the I remember the right hand, Salazar's right hand used to be scary, but not super hard. And then Salazar himself was also scary, but not super hard. He just has in the original game, he just has the one shot that can kill you instantly. And in to be fair, in the remake, he's way more aggressive, but he doesn't have as many. He doesn't one shot you quite as much as he does in the original. Um, Oh god, the regenerators. Yeah, they're scary, not difficult, sort of thing. Oh god, the regenerators are so awful. It's their sound design and visual design. It's just perfectly horrifying. Anyway, I should scroll down to where we were up to last time. Oh. Oh, what I played. Did I watch that? What does that seem? Oh, oh, I'm into the adventure too. Interesting. once again, I feel like we watched the. I mean, I watched it. I don't know if I watched it on the channel, but we've already played it. So, ooh, wait, a Nintendo PlayStation. Holy shit, that's brilliant. Because that's what it was gonna be. Originally, before the Philips CDI, before they betrayed Sony and made the Philips CDI, it was originally gonna be the Nintendo PlayStation. And then they made a mortal enemy by betraying Sony. We'll get to that later. Damn, there's a lot of posts. Holy crap. Okay, I think we're here. That's right. That was wild. That I also might be slightly sick. I've got like a sniffly nose and yeah, weirdness going on in here. You see, I sort of forgot how they worked from your stream and wasted all my bullets on the two part. Oh no. Yeah. For those not familiar, the regenerators that Josh and I are talking about, they have hidden parasites inside them and they regenerate any part of their body except the parasites. So you've got to like shoot them in the right places to like kill the parasites. Otherwise, they'll just regenerate everything and you'll just waste all your ammo. Yeah, scary. Yeah, we watched this like crazy MS Paint Santa. The Santa's made in MS Paint. It's wild. Yeah, photorealistic Santa made in MS Paint. It's baffling to me. Anyway, oh, we saw one of these once before, but let's watch it. So this is chat tries to make like a good map.
Last video, I got my viewers to collectively make a cough map. Obviously, it sucked, since I let them go wild with it. But what happens if they take it seriously
I love
and
that.
genuinely
Oh, hey,
try to
Zoe.
make a good
Yo.
map? I told them that if the map sucks, I won't add it to the 100-player server. With stakes that high, this is the payload map, designed for 100 players, that they created over 11 days. They started out by deciding to establish the card's route first. Submissions were narrowed down to 12,
literally.
to which this drawing won. From there, chat settled where the checkpoints would be, and filled out each point. Point 1 was pieced together through 3 drawings. The area right out of spawn, the space until the spiral, and a flank room. From this drawing, the spiral was established to be a cliffside, then these 3 drawings for what's on top. The transitional space where the card track loops back in on itself, the features on the cliff's surface, and the interior of the flank building. A straightforward combat space for point 3, featuring some sort of house behind the point, so we stole one from Mountain Lab.
Nice.
From point 3 to point 4, randomly now a mining-themed cave, plus this lava cauldron thing stolen from Foundry. And last, a snaking path, whose author simply decided not to draw the payload finale, which ended up being the Half-Life 1 Resonance Cascade directly pasted into the map.
I like how it falls backwards.
That's the basic layout, but it needs to be fine-tuned now. After lots of playtesting, this is what chat added between this first draft and the final version. For the first point, chat moved the spawn room forward. So
that's what's brilliant about Resident Evil 4, especially the original Resident Evil 4. Sorry to interrupt the video, but like theoretically, all the guns in the game are equal. Once you upgrade them fully, they should be theoretically equal. Also, I'm slightly burnt on my face, so ignore the redness. However, of all the stats put together, supposedly, at least in the original game, the Red 9 is said to be the best. Seemingly, everyone chooses the Red 9. Punisher is like the Punishes the quick firing, but not very powerful pistol.
The cart is now part of Blue Spawn. Turned the wall into one-way glass.
Ooh.
Added a trench inside the spawn. And a big balcony. For all the playtests, Blue has never had trouble getting out of spawn and capping the first point, but the problem seems to be the repeated dying to grind Red down enough to force them to back up. So that's the reason for all the changes to spawn. Though chat immediately worked against that by adding a tower here and this catwalk extension, which can only help Red. When Red gets pushed out of this first area, they back up all the way to the spiral, so Blue will never get to make use of them. Blue was still able to reliably break out a spawn after these additions though, so I guess no harm, no foul. But first point was already pretty okay to begin with. So that's
the way I see it is adding this actually does add a bit more cover over some of the entryway through to this area. So while it does help Red to set up extra fortification, it also sort of helps Blue a little bit by having extra cover from enemies trying to shoot, from trying to snipe or whatever.
That's all chat did. Balancing the spiral though was the biggest struggle. The fundamental problem seems to be with how Red has all of the mountain top to freely shoot down at Blue, while Blue doesn't really have any solid ground to fight from.
Actually gets kidnapped
to fix
so
this,
many times in the
chat,
original.
Of course, opted for band-aid fixes.
Multiple times in the
Starting
remake.
with the spiral itself, glass and panels were added. The panels were meant to give Blue Team cover in important spots as they pushed the cart up. The glass was added to stop Red Team from shooting into it from oppressive angles. A fence at the back to stop snipers. A walkway connecting the top two levels together. The center tube hollowed out for a launch pad to the top, which later had one exit covered with glass. For the mountain itself, 3 tunnels for the top, middle, and lower end were added. The top door eventually got raised to reduce Red players walking through, and the door turned into a gate for visibility. Blue Team would get a forward spawn here, but it was later moved back here since spam became maybe a bit problematic. Even with a forward spawn, a whole new checkpoint halfway up the spiral was added, with pathways to help Blue get into position quickly. And there's still more changes to list. Fences were added. The underside of this balcony was sealed off, since sentries would snipe through it.
Yes.
The roofs were made no-build, because sentries, again. A glass window was added here, and the checkpoint was moved back. Only after all this, after 14 versions of slowly adding bits and pieces, was the spiral area deemed okay enough.
Still
In its final
Junction.
form,
Yeah.
it's a massive spam fest,
Yeah.
and probably still a bit hard for Blue to attack.
Both original and
but
remake.
chat
Those are
believes
great
it's mostly good
games.
enough.
Best, like,
I think the
best
moral of this story
Resident Evil
is
games.
give Blue
Resident Evil games
usable
are great,
space. So much seems to stem from how the only ways for Blue to get on the mountain is concentrated in this corner here. If we gave Blue a platform or a side path, we could have skipped out on the 20 band-aids. But past the spiral, much less tweaking was needed. A rocket was added here to cut down on sightlines a bit, and what used to be a dinky door turned into 2 gates, since it was really easy for Red Team to completely shut it down, which then made this point impossible for Blue to push, since they would have no other flanks to push. A glass window here, fences to stop relentless spam into the balcony, and an archway across to mitigate sightlines.
I like how they got
The mountain lab
penis
house
rock.
we stole was originally meant to be some
In there somewhere.
nondescript combat space, but it ended up being hijacked as a convenient spawn room location, so both Red and Blue spawned there at different points. The cave placed in the transitional space was entirely raised up and pushed to the side to eliminate sightlines. It now has a curved bridge leading up to it, with an extended platform at the entrance. Below that, 2 shutter doors connecting Blue Team to the network of paths underneath, and that was it. And last point, similar story of minimal tweaks. This upper room was fun to fight in, but it was really hard for Blue to take control since they can't see what's around the corner. Blue side also used to be accessible only to
that is like a lot of TF2 map making. Is like, how do I fuck with snipers? Because if you give snipers just too big a sightline, really good snipers will just dominate.
movement classes, while any class on the red side could enter.
What you usually want is you want like some good sightline places and then mostly bad sightline places. As do I. Yeah.
Blue Team was given a ramp, and the dividing wall turned into glass, which made it a lot more fair for Blue. A flank was added here with 2 exit doors, and the tactical cow repositioned to give Blue cover instead.
Tactical cow.
Besides that, a ceiling was added here with a player clip. And that's it. This is chat's masterpiece. I let them name the map again, but after spelling out the first 3 letters, I told them it can't be these something again, so they pivoted to DBZ. So PLDBZ. Most rated it a 7 out of 10, yet they voted 96% in favor of putting it on the 100-player server. Personally, I think the final version of this map is honestly not bad. Each section has its own twist.
I kind of want to see it cleaned up though. I want to see it in like
spiral,
non-dev texture mode.
Doorway fight, the strange 2-story cave gameplay. There isn't any super glaring flaws that can't be fixed later down the line, and every point genuinely seems doable for Blue, so I'm gonna put the map up for anyone who wants to art pass it.
I see, yeah.
After it's not this mess of dev textures, I'll release it into the wilds of 100-player TF2, and players can vote again if it should really stay on the server. This was a democratically made map, but I think we can go much deeper than this. After having gone through this process, I don't think doing this on a livestream actually made sense, since it's so restrictive on who can show up to participate. I'm going to set up a new section of the 100-player server Discord. Chat makes a map again, but even more democratically than ever before. Way more time to vote and create proposals. We could keep doing it, and gamers will hypothetically have a utopian, self-sufficient way of creating new maps for themselves over time. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. We'll have to see. All relevant information in the pinned comment.
They did not pass? Oh, nice.
You know, on the surface, we should have failed. Like, in
Oh, shit. Wait, I don't know if it's been posted, but I'm gonna have a look. So yeah, this is it here. How to play map looks fucking amazing now. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick look.
My viewers collectively created an entire map for 100-player TF2 by voting. And it's actually fun to play, but there's a problem. It's ugly. So I posted it publicly for anyone to decorate it. And even though everyone started with the same file,
you can tell how slow my brain is running right now, because it took me until this video to realize what I was like. What is DBZ? I know it somewhere in my brain. Dragon Ball Z.
The results were surprisingly varied.
Oh.
From a poll, the starting area that spoke to people the most was Alrex's beach, and after that, Lewin's industrial buildings.
Damn.
Next, votes on the best spiral went to Alrex again. I don't think the concept for the spiral itself is anything super special, but considering the entire area as a whole, it's well executed.
That's
The
really
spawn
cool.
room is even explained in lore, being a fish and chips shop.
Nice.
Second place was Pexorb's drill, which I
Whoa.
think could be argued to be the best execution of the spiral itself. But overall, it seems people prefer Alrex's more complete package. Gex also attempted a drill, but
Damn.
Pexorb definitely managed a fancier one.
That's cool.
Lewin went for a carnival theme,
I like
making
this
it
one
a
too, a
clock
lot.
tower spiral thing.
Oh,
It's definitely unique, but the people don't seem to think the execution was good, leaving it at second last.
oh, but that's a cool. The way you enter is cool.
As for
It's like
the
a throwback.
spiral's interior, Alrix used a particle from Doomsday with hazard lights up to the top, which definitely stands out against the others, which were more plain. Though I think taking the fan from Mercenary Park in Gex's version is a cool idea. In the base file, the central object here is a rocket, which free mappers decided to keep.
I like the giant fuel line.
Pugsorb opted to make it a drill, and Gex turned it into a massive ray gun, which might be the coolest. There's a strange one-off room here that holds a med pack. 2 decided to just leave it as a plain room. 2 did some light decoration on it. And Lewin didn't need to go this hard.
Yeah.
Next point, everyone did a solid job, but hard to say that Alrix's castle doesn't come out on top here.
Some of them just feel like classic TF2, but then, oh my god.
For the cave, the majority voted for Alrix yet again, who does deserve it, but also deserving of their second place, Gex's dedication to realism, with the cables coming down that holds up the floating platforms. Lewin's cave, while 4th best, I admire the dedication to the sink. The base file has a sink here, which most removed, but Lewin put it on a cart, added a realism puddle here, and even a drain.
Nice. It's really cool seeing all the different people's
Last point.
ideas of how
Alrix still won,
this should-
but at the lowest margin yet.
How it
Alrix's
should look,
last
you know.
is a nice jungle outdoor, with a simple explosion to
Just
cap it
Alrex
off.
just won like all of them.
In second place, Lewin was the only person to make it indoors, but more importantly, real Half-Life.
Yeah. Oh my god, brilliant. Should have added the particle effects and the moving. Oh, they made it move. Oh my god, is there gonna be actual particle effects? It's not quite accurate to the original game, but
Attempting shutdown. It's not. It's not shutting down. It's not.
holy shit.
Pugsorb's last point
That was
somehow
amazing.
trapped half the team.
Oh.
But the Masher finale is genuinely a cool idea.
Yeah.
So after every map was played, the winner as voted by the people was Aurix at a crushing 64% of the votes. Next highest being Pugsorb at 13.6%.
Damn.
Aurix's version is now PLDBZ on the server. With that, I'm also throwing 3 more custom maps on. PL Dust Bowl, which is genuinely a serious pick. We tried it out, and it's a fun change of pace from normal Dust Bowl. A simple change of game mode makes the same mode geometry a new.
I was like, what's different about this? What's different about the map? It looks exactly the same. It's payload, Rory. It's not normally payload.
Experience. PL Rainbow Ride, which is also a serious pick. The cart goes crazy, and the layout can be hard to grasp at first. But I think when people get a handle on it, it'll be fun.
Rainbow Ride, yeah. The payload going like up and around like this.
And last,
crazy.
PL Divulgence,
CP Gold Rush,
a hybrid CP PL map. Cap the first point, cart comes out of an elevator. We played these maps quite a few times already just to make sure of them.
I like having the multi-stage.
But if they suck, there will be a feedback form to get rid of them. I might end up doing more map packs like this for the server, so I set up a new pings channel in the Discord if you want to test potential new maps in the future. On stream, we added an extremely loud croc pit, but unfortunately, everyone removed it for some reason.
For some reason.
And of course, a thanks to the mappers who helped us make DBZ look good. Check out their other stuff.
Whoa.
These conversations where you'd be sitting in a design review and somebody say, that's not pretty.
wait, I gotta look at quickly. Back at the crocodile pit. What did Elrix's one? Yeah, I like how the crocodile pit's the most rewatched.
Unfortunately, everyone removed it.
Oh, it's just a hole.
For
I was gonna say I liked
reason.
This one. I liked Gex's one where it's like a grinder pit. And then some people just removed it entirely.
And of course.
That's freaking amazing. Oh, right. No. God damn it. Oh my god. Fucking Reddit.
Right,
Reddit viewer.
And to finish off meme category, we've got Betamaster's 10-second submission. What? I've been meaning to do a little bit of quality control on meme category for a while. No!
I feel like I've seen this before. Nice. I feel like I've seen that one before. Nathan, have you seen that one before? Because I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, I don't get it. And then I was like, oh, wait, I see what you mean. It's like, as soon as quality control gets added to the submissions, suddenly everyone pulls out. Alright, why your cat always stares at you? Have I seen this? Mao Cafe. I'm always wary of watching cat videos on these because cat videos are really common to be claimed by some media corporation. So if this is if this disappears from the playback, you'll know why.
Cats have many seemingly odd behaviors, and it's not unusual for new owners to question quirks like why cats need or what triggers cat zoom eyes. They also have a reputation for being aloof. So when you're trying to concentrate on an online work meeting, it's disconcerting to find your feline friend's eyes boring into you unrelentingly. There's a good chance you're asking yourself, why does my cat stare at me? It'll be a relief to know your cat isn't usually plotting its next nefarious move. But what is going on in the mind of your hard-to-read kitty when it's focusing fixedly on you? Do you have a content, bored, or angry cat? If only it could talk. Well, we've got the next best thing. Animal behavior experts who can decode this common cat behavior. Allison Gherkin, DVM, a veterinarian with the San Francisco SPCA Behavior Specialty Clinic, explains that although humans consider staring to be impolite, that's not the case for cats. In fact, she says, accepting the staring as an opportunity to better understand your cat will strengthen the pet-parent bond. Learning more about cat body language will help you recognize the difference between fearful and happy cat signs, so you can take steps to stop that unnerving eyeballing. Research shows that the eyes are a crucial communication tool for
I was gonna
cats.
say,
One study found that some cats would look to
I know
people when they
most
were
of this
unable
kinda
to solve
stuff.
a puzzle to get food, presumably to get help, says Janet Cutler, PhD, a certified animal behaviorist. Another study shows that slow blinking and eye narrowing are friendly actions. Changes in pupil dilation, the direction of its gaze, and the position of its eyelids can all help you interpret what your cat is trying to say. But while the eyes might be regarded as the windows to the soul, Cutler explains you can't look at a cat's peepers in isolation. They use a lot of different body language, she says. The ears, facial muscles, posture, fur, and tail all communicate with people and other animals. If your cat staring is becoming compulsive, you'll want to work out if it's something to worry about. Denise Johnson, DVM, a certified cat behavior consultant, explains that staring itself is fairly nonspecific. She advises evaluating your cat's posture and the context of the situation to interpret its motivation. Are they leaning in and up or leaning away and down? Do they look soft and squishy or angular and tense? A loose, relaxed body is a sign of affection, for instance, while a tense posture is a sign of fear. Pupil size is another variable to consider in a staring cat. Dilation may be a sign of stress or an imminent playful pounce, depending on the context, she says. Remember that a playful cat can be low and sneaky, but should have ears pointed forward to their prey rather than looking like a scared snake themselves. Here are some common explanations for your cat's unswerving eye contact. Affection. If your cat is trying to convey affection, its eyes will often be almond-shaped and squinty, and its pupils will be thin slits. Compared with a confrontational hard glare, staring while slowly blinking is a sign a cat trusts you. Happy body language, and possibly purring, accompanies this unquestioning look of love. Your cat will have an overall loose, relaxed body with their limbs extended away from the body, ears facing forward in a neutral position, and their tail upright. Possibly curled at
The
the tip in the
radar's
shape of a
going.
question mark
The
or extended
radar's
outward
going.
behind them if they're lying down, Dr. Gherkin says. Now's the time to cuddle up on the couch and enjoy a bit of a love fest. Attention seeking. You may be unintentionally training your cat to stare at you.
Yeah.
Many pet
We'll leave it there. Like you get the point. You get the idea. But the yeah, that's what I've always heard is like the things like kneading, like slow blinking. They're signs of affection. They're signs of like that the cat feels safe in your presence. And like sleeping on its back. If your cat will just like sleep on its back, just like fully laid back, that's a good sign that your cat feels extremely safe in your space. All right. Haha, confusing metal website go brr. Okay. Oh, wait. Again. Oh, but continue browser, please. This sounds familiar, like I've...
Ty chceš kouříš, tatínku? Hej, to je... Já viděl, že jsem to o tebe nechal, až teď...
With the... Oh, it's mid-cutscene. That's what's happening. I was like, what is going
Já
on?
vidím, že já nemám nic v ruce, hej?
Just Molotov to the mid-cutscene. Oh my god.
Ty chceš kouříš,
If anyone's not familiar, that was part of the Forest game. The original game. Sick hops. Some things you don't need to... Oh. Some things you don't need to repatriate from. What is this? I've never seen that before. Is that new? Is that in the freaking? Is that in the better in the freaking deluxe version or whatever it's called? Holy crap, that's awesome. Because yeah, that I mean, as far as I know, that didn't exist back when I played it. That's awesome. Director's Cut, that's the one. I was like, what the fuck's it called? Yeah. Submitting a video to react to. We may not get to it. There's a lot of videos people posted this month. But I will try. I'll try. Most average high schooler. But throwing Molotov at a friend. Don't let it overcharge. Yeah. It's a classic moment.
What is this thing? Some kind of weapon?
Put that down. It's a prototype.
Isn't it?
It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge.
What do you mean, over?
Yeah, it's a classic. I almost never see that actual moment. Because... Oh, was it HD models? Oh no. I couldn't tell. Oh, I guess maybe this? Oh, the freaking... Yeah, the gun. Yeah. I almost never actually see it play out anymore because that section, I'm always running like a nutter through that bit, making like fighting the enemies in there, and so I end up triggering the cutscene for triggering the scene where it happens while still fighting the enemies, and then I just like am busy fighting them, and then I just find the room exploded already. Director's Cut has a bunch of things that seem to be for making the game better once the servers go down. Right, yeah. Oh, I see. Ah, interesting. Huh. Yeah, because there's a bunch of stuff, like, they can't keep the servers on forever, and so much of the game relies on, like, players working with each other and working on stuff together. That is interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if base game is delisted eventually. Yeah, I can see it. The servers going down, in some years. Like they don't usually keep games on servers especially single player games. They don't keep them on servers super long these days. Half the time they shut down after like a handful of years. More Hartman and DS2. Yeah. Doesn't really zoom in at all. I guess I could try. So yeah, Nicholas Winding Refn. I don't know how to pronounce his name. His family's getting a 3D scan. Or getting 3D scanned. Interesting. Someone said adopt me. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so curious as to how they're gonna approach the second game, because it really felt like a game that wasn't gonna have a sequel. Yeah. Okay. What have we got here? Here are my observations and theories. Okay. Same patch that you get at the end of Death Stranding. Okay. The baby is 2 years old. The game must take place 2 years after. Okay. Yep. Cryptobite Plusky, of course. Oh. Huh. Interesting idea. oil is oozing out, or the like void stuff is oozing out. Oh. Okay. Louise. Yeah, yeah. So this dream catcher Emily gave to Sam. Yep. Baby's pod, which has been repurposed as an aquarium for cryptobiotes, sorry. Like Ludin's duck. The Dreamcatcher. That looks different. That looks different to the other Dreamcatcher. End of DS1, he stopped looking for his dead family and found a new wife. I know that he stopped looking for... Oh, you mean Hartman. Oh. No, I didn't know that. Wait. I don't remember that happening. But it's been a long time since I played it, so I'd have to like go back and have another look. It's deep in post-game text logs. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, it would make sense that his character like moves on from his dead family, but I didn't know about the new wife. There's a bunch of stuff in those that I'm sure will be shown properly in DS2. Right. It could that post game text log, that stuff might actually be also deluxe director's cut version as well, because I mean, to be fair, there's so much text log stuff. I don't think I read all of it. So I probably, even if it was in the original, I probably would have missed it. Yeah. This looks different to the Dreamcatcher of Sam's, but it's not. I only found it watching a 7-hour video essay released a few months after the original. Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, I just missed it because it's just naturally there's so much text. Lou has wings. Yep. The unicycle has a cargo container, might be usable in the game. Yep. Rachel and Lou escape on a new unicycle vehicle. Right. Sam repatriates, however, this one is... Baby doesn't give a thumbs up. Note the oil slick oozing out of the air. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Lou crying on the ground. The field surrounding her, and Fragile has been lit up. Possibly a callback to that scene in DS1. So Sam hugs BB at the beach for the first time. Right. Yeah. BB and Graham fell on the ground. A red mass was forming inside. White and sticky. By Sam's dream catcher off to the side, I suppose. The mass forms into the shape of a BB. Curiously, the shape has wings just like baby Lou. Yeah. Sam comes out of the shelter. Now he has longer graying hair. This might be a side effect of being a former BB. Might be accelerated aging. Makes sense why Lou is with fragile, rapid aging. Sam can't take care of baby. Right, yeah. Is that Sam? I mean, I know Sam was weird because he's able to repatriate. Was Sam when did they explain that Sam was a BB? Former BB? I don't remember that at all. Like, I'm gonna go back and play it again. Because I remember that there was the whole shtick about how, because Sam is the son of an extinction entity, he's close to the beach and therefore is able to repatriate or something. But Is a former baby? Sam is Cliff's baby. Oh yes, yes. No, I do remember that now. I do remember that. Yeah. No, I remember that. Yes, yeah. No. I remember that. I remember that because it's all those dreams where you're seeing it from the perspective of a baby, of Sam as a baby, where Cliff is talking to his half-dead wife. Yeah. I remember that now. And then he steals you out of the facility. And Bridget ends up adopting you. Yeah, I remember now. I remember now. Yep. This fellow has Higgs' voice in Emily's body. Right. Yeah. Something weird. The trailer is weird, and there's something super weird going on. As was sort of implied earlier, like some sort of religion based around Amelie and the extinction events. Oh, but it's the same mess that. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Until it comes out, there's no way to know, like, because if you watch the trailers for the original game, so much of them had stuff to do with like dreams and memories and stuff like that, or like manifestations of the past, that, like, to know what the second game is going to be just from the trailer will be a hard ask. Right, yeah. I don't know if I've seen the new trailer actually. I think I've seen it, haven't I? Oh. It came out 3 days ago. No, I haven't seen it. God damn it, it's 9 minutes long. Not used to watching a stream by phone. Right. Yeah, no, I have not seen this. It's a Kojima trailer. Of course. Yeah. So yeah. Death Stranding 2. Oh, I have a PS5 now, so I actually can play this when it comes out. Oh. Extremely struggling to get to sleep. Right, yeah. I hope the sickness stuff. Oh god. I hope the sickness fades. Fades soon for you, Josh. Yeah. I hate being sick.
Welcome to Drawbridge, Sam, and to the GHV Magellan, our mobile base of operations. Come on, I'll help you get your bearings. This is the ship's armory. Here you can check your weapons and put them through their paces. These rooms over here belong to
I think I might have seen
members of
one
the
of
crew.
yours, yes.
They're pretty much
You're
the same
the forest
as yours.
one.
And the shower's down at the end.
This is one hell of a ship you got here. Courtesy of the UCA, I'm guessing.
No. As I told you, Drawbridge is a civilian outfit. But we do have a generous patron with access to plenty of capital and tech.
Sounds like a UCA big shot.
Don't ask me. We've never met face to face. They value their privacy.
I like her. I like her hand
Believe that
scarf
bullshit.
that covers her face when she needs it.
It's the same deal as America. The people here are all spread out, cut off from one another. We want you to help us bring the world together.
Sam, would you mind if I joined you?
Humor him. His knowledge and experience will probably come in handy down the road.
Yes. Really, Sam? The buttocks?
On his butt.
What about shotgun? I prefer the driver's seat.
Sam, do you read
So yeah,
me?
he's not old.
You'll
He's not
first need to
aging
access the
rapidly like they
Mexico
thought.
side plate gate
It's
terminal.
good to know.
After we've confirmed network coverage, we can take the DHV Magellan and regroup at your position.
The problem is, not everybody wants to be part of the UCA.
That's not the plan, Sam. The UCA isn't looking to expand its borders. Just like with Mexico, they want to bring new regions into the network. Anyway, the DHV Magellan's here to back you up. As always, you'll be the one leading the way to expand the network.
What's your role in all this? You're the commander, huh?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only. You brought America together, helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid Death Stranding is far from over.
Yeah.
Humanity is still in danger, still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own, especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge.
With the support of the Chiral Network and APAS, humanity will be free from the need to move around. Bots are capable of handling deliveries.
He's alive.
He called himself a ghost, but
We found a way back from the beach just so he could kill us.
he said he came back to get revenge on you and me.
Hey, brother. Did you miss me? Yeah, I figured you'd pay this place a visit, seeing as how I've been distributing the fruits of this fine factory all over the continent. Some guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was. Oh. Looks like you decided to trade in that rope for a stick this go-round. Well, I suppose even a porter has to pull the trigger from time to time. Oh, what about you? Hey, buddy. Are you just another soulless little husk, huh?
Let go of me! Pathetic guitarist, where's the rest of your band?
No,
The two new major characters are film directors. That's so typical.
Was
yeah.
it you, Higgs? Huh? Was it you that killed Lou?
You still don't know, do you?
Ooh, What the heck?
Something he said. You don't know a goddamn thing about Lou.
All right, Sam. Let's see what we can find on Lou.
If you want answers, you're gonna have to find them yourself. But the ones you do find, well, that pain you nurse will only get worse. Sam the man in the dark about everything.
Don't forget, coming on this expedition was meant to help you find the strength to carry on. And you have. We all know you've got this. Now it's time to finish the journey, Sam. Please understand, Sam.
I love them.
We never meant to string you along.
That chrysalis, we found her inside. It was filled with a fluid that contained amino acids. One's identical in structure to the kind found in tar.
I'm sorry, there are amino acids in tar? As in proteins?
Of course. How else did you think that chiral creatures could emerge from it? Some have even theorized that the tar is a sort of primordial soup.
New Zealand accent.
I saw her home. And it was a hellhole.
You see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal.
Deadman's
and
back.
subsequently incinerated 4 years ago. Long before you and Lou first met.
Naturally, I have like so many more questions now than I did before. Yeah. Yeah, BT's in fragile cigarette smoke. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't even notice. Holy shit. Fucking hell, what a trailer. You tell you desensitized to Kojima when you barely reacted to the Higgs guitar weapon. Yeah, it's a cool weapon, but like that's Kojima for you. No, I was busy. Like I agree with you so much in the sense that it looks like we're in like the locations look like a cross between like Europe and Africa, and or we're in somewhere with this like there are desert locations, and there are like big cities in the distance, and there are like mountainous cliff faces and stuff like that. And you're right, like I totally agree. When I saw that it just now, that it's like it's Death Stranding, but it's like ramped up a bunch, and they're like well, they mentioned connecting Mexico, but I have a feeling that might have happened off camera. But you never know. Maybe the deserts of Mexico. You're right. It could be that we're not as far from the original game as I thought. It might be in South America. That character was at all inspired by Heath Ledger's Joker. I don't know. It's hard to say because the character's face has clearly changed with the reincarnation of his character. He's like somewhere between his original and Amelie, sorry. Unga Bunga. Yeah, I love the visual visually the new locations look amazing. The story looks as wild as the original. They mentioned stuff about Lou being dead, but then they also showed pictures of Lou being alive. Is it on the beach? What happened? How come there's still like BTs and world-ending stuff going on when we thought we ended it in the first game? Clearly, there's something more to it that we didn't finish off in the first game. so funny when rewatching DS1 trailers now, knowing all the context and being surprised at how much they showed, but didn't matter since we couldn't understand it. Yeah, that's funny. Sure, the same thing will happen here. Yeah. Oh, and then yeah, because that's the thing is I remember when we were questioning like the World War II shit, or the World War One and World War II shit we were seeing in the DS1 trailers with Cliff. Like now I'm questioning like the tentacles in the BT and sorry in the BB aquarium, and like the freaking yeah, Dead Man is back. Yep, I liked him too. Oh, hey Rocky, welcome. Scars across the mouth. Yeah, they definitely like they added the extra smile width. Made a bit look a bit more sort of like a jester. Yeah, people are pretty certain we have a day-night cycle. Right. That night scene looked super pretty. It did. There's several moments there in the middle where it was showing like where you're actually playing the game, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, because. Well, people mock the game for being like, oh, it's walking simulator. You're package delivery man. Um, the actual playing of the game is so good. People don't understand how great it feels to just traverse in that game, and so, like, I'm so glad to see that we're still doing that. We're just in new environments, but there's still traversal. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oh, and not only time of day, there was stuff like water level rising. There was that section where there was like a small like river shaped like engraving in the earth, and he was like running to avoid the water coming in, and it was like disabling bridges and stuff like that as the water like came in. Like, whoa. I just realized about he was talking about Death Stranding 1, not right, not Nintendo DS. Yeah, natural disasters seem to be a big thing. Yeah, like land mass, like huge rock slides and stuff. Dual screen one. Yeah, and I always when I see DS something, I think of Dark Souls as well. Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2. Tire game guy lost family and doesn't know where the bathroom is, and an octopus destroyed the US because it poisoned people with oil, turning the US against itself, and Edward from Twilight came back. Yeah. An interesting take. Kojima used a tornado emoji in one of his... Oh! Holy crap, of course. See, that's the thing, is like, previously there was the timefall cycle. So now he's wanting to amp it up a bit with more weather and more environmental changes happening over time. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious as to whether it'll be that random tornadoes or landslips and stuff can happen, or if it's going to be mostly scripted. I can understand if it's mostly scripted, like at this time this event happens and these outcomes happen. But still. Oh yeah, yep, I see it. I love her hand. Hand things. Where like they like move around her face and then like do stuff. I love that. And I'm so curious, what is this? What is this puppet person? And the girl, when there was the guy with the New Zealand accent talking, the like scientist with the New Zealand accent, the girl who was in the background like listening in, she looked like she had strings coming off of her. Right, yeah. The second hand on the shoulder of Fragile, played by Leah, during the remote development of the pandemic, I suddenly thought, I'd like to have... I'd like to like hand sign and rest the chin with both hands, even when you have luggage in both hands. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what he means. So I drew a simple rough sketch and emailed it to Yoji, and we exchanged ideas remotely to complete the design. This second hand can perform a variety of gestures and movements in DS2. Leah loves it. I hope to make it popular in the fashion world as well. I think it's brilliant. But yeah, this rainbow, crab, dolphin, whale. We knew that this like sea life and sea creatures are important to the current mass extinction event. There's a lot of references to tentacles in this latest one, but even in the original, there was lots of like whales and sea life. It was quite a common trope. Jellyfish and stuff like that. Timefall, the plants growing from Timefall, I'm assuming. BTs. Tornado. Oh, see ya, Rollick. Yeah, I should be streaming one more day before next weekend. New Zealand character's facial model is George Miller. Oh. Wait, who's George Miller? Oh, that guy. Oh. Yeah. Oh, he's Australian filmmaker. Damn it. He sounded like a New Zealander. But then the problem is that certain Australian accents and certain New Zealand accents overlap, and I was being hopeful. I almost said Australian, but I was like, fingers crossed, maybe it's a New Zealand accent. New Zealand representation. Marty Roan, also Aussie. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, it depends on how extreme the accent is. But the accent was subtle enough that I was like, maybe it could be New Zealand. It wasn't. Damn it. So there we got skull, death. Oh yeah, it does sound as though maybe death doesn't cause the void outs anymore, or doesn't cause the beat. Well, there's still BTs though. But yeah, there's implications that we're able to use deadly force more in this game than we were able to in the previous game. Yeah, that's the closest thing to representation. Half-Life Alyx with friggin' Russell. But Rhys Darby, he's a New Zealand actor, a New Zealand comedian, but his accent is almost his accent's very Australian. He sounds way more like an Australian than a New Zealander. Well, no, actually, to give him credit, his accent is a strange accent. It's unlike anything else. His voice is unlike anyone else's, and it definitely has Australian influence in it, to the point that I can imagine most people not realizing he was a New Zealander, thinking he was Australian. Yeah, we need Taika Waititi in Death Stranding too. Yeah. He's like probably the most likely. Him and like Peter Jackson, because they're both directors, be the most likely to appear in Death Stranding. And if you hear like Taika or Peter Jackson, if you heard either of their voices in the game, you'd know 100% that they're New Zealanders. Just they're two very different accents, but they're very, very New Zealand accents. No, I don't even know what that is. Vicent. What is that? But yeah, BB, hand gestures, beach. Oh. Yeah, wait. Let's go PlayStation.
And now here with me today is visionary game creator and founder of Kojima Productions, Kojima-san.
Oh, you had the state of play.
Today, I'm excited to announce that together, as part of the PlayStation and Kojima Productions partnership, Hideo is going to take us on an exciting new adventure. One that I've been encouraging him to reinvent for years.
はい、全く新しいオリジナルの IP になります。
新世代のアクションエスピオナージゲームです。準備を始めてますけども、デストランディング2の後に本格的に小島プロダクションで制作にかかります。ソニーさんとは、ほぼ30年にわたりエスピオナージものを一緒に育ててきたという強い経験もあります。またソニーさんは、ゲームだけではなく音楽も映画もされています。間違いなく強力なコラボレーションになるはずです。さらに2年後には僕の、ゲーム制作人生の40周年を迎えます。このタイトルが、僕の集大成の作品になると確信をしています。
A new action espionage game by Hideo Kojima. This is one of my favorite genres, one that I've been hoping you would revisit with a bold new vision. Can you share anything else about this new development?
ですね、まだ詳しくは言えませんけども、最先端のテクノロジーと、世界中の才能を集結して作る予定です。もちろんインタラクティブなゲームなんですけども、ルック、物語、テーマ、キャスト、演技、ファッション、サウンド、どれをとっても、同時に映画でもあるようなものです。本作で、映画とゲームの壁を越えたいと思っています。
We're all really excited about this project, and we will fully support you with the latest innovation Sony has to offer. More details to come.
Stay tuned.
I was gonna say, so in so many situations, Hideo Kojima speaks in just speaks in Japanese when he's talking about certain things, but Hideo Kojima can speak English. He's not like the best at it, but he's definitely good enough to. He's getting old, 60 now. Yeah. He's been in video game production for 40 years. What a freaking career he's had too. But yeah, I always find it interesting that his accent is very strong. Yeah, exactly. He's not like super great at speaking English, but I always find it interesting when he does like announcement stuff, because like on Twitter he tweets in English most of the time, but that's like a different medium, so it can be understood. But still, I'm always kind of like, oh yeah, that's right. He usually chooses to speak Japanese in these kinds of announcements. Yeah, but yeah, so. Freaking exciting, super exciting. Did they say? Do we know when is CS2 coming out? Oops. Not Dark Souls 2. See, even Google thinks that means Dark Souls 2. Damn it. Uh, 2025 sometime. Okay. Damn, it's still so far away. Damn it. Where would you like to be, Kojima? I mean, to have his freaking pedigree, to have his like roster of claims to fame and to claims to the video game industry, yeah, hell yeah, Kojima's great. So now that we've got through that stuff, to continue on, we have so many videos to watch. This is a trailer for Tunneler Mechanic Demonstration. Pressurized water. What's the chapter 1 preview? Interesting. Yes, this is a Roblox game, yeah. It's a Roblox game called Tunneler, and one of our people is working on a multiplayer version of this, or something along those lines. Maybe when I get home after drinking 5 cups of water. Yeah, I see. Oh god, that's really unstable. Oh god. Right. Anyway, let's keep moving. Torturing Sega. Oh.
The Sega 32X is an interesting system. In many ways, it's a console in and of itself. It's got its own CPU, 2 of them in fact, its own GPU, its own memory, power supply, cartridge slot. It's almost surprising.
You remember playing Tumblr last year during the summer,
which
right?
is, to be fair, a common criticism against it. I mean, why would you buy an add-on for a 5-year-old console when a new one is right around the corner? Well, from Sega's perspective, by early 1994, they were faced with some potentially stiff competition from some early entries into the 32 and 64-bit generation, the Atari Jaguar and the Panasonic 3DO. Yes, I know both of these are essentially jokes today, but there was no real way for Sega to know that back then. After all, the 3DO was named 1993's Product of the Year by Time magazine. The Genesis' previous add-on, the Sega CD, hadn't done much to strengthen Sega's position in the market.
Yeah, no, that feels right. That feels right. His story was complete by the end of the
leaving an almost
original
2-year gap that the Genesis would have to fight off some, at the time, fairly impressive visuals. Honestly, it does make some sense when framed that way. The 32X's graphics are honestly pretty comparable to the Atari Jaguar, maybe even slightly better. Initial sales were also pretty strong, surpassing Sega's projections and their ability to keep up with demand. Ultimately though, Sega couldn't convince developers to invest in, as Kalinsky described, a stopgap measure. Why spend several months and tens of thousands of dollars making a game when in less than a year it'll be rendered obsolete? As such, demand quickly dried up as it became clear there just weren't a lot of compelling games available. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. We're here to talk about the hardware, which, as I said, the 32X has a surprising amount of. 32X games can and do leverage the power of the Genesis 2, usually for 2D elements like backgrounds.
That game would make me fucking
My guess
sick.
is anything they could offload to the Genesis, they figured they may as well to free up processing on the 32X. But this introduced a problem. See, the 32X might have had its own graphics, but if its video output had to be funneled through the Genesis, then it would have been subject to all of the Genesis's limitations. Imagine your shiny new 3D polygons having to look as grainy as Sewer Shark. Conversely, there's no built-in way for the 32X to get a video feed from the Genesis. As a tile-based console, there's no frame buffer or anything that the 32X can grab and utilize, and there was no reason for the Genesis to funnel its video output back through the cartridge slot prior to this, so they introduced a bit of a hack, which you might have heard about before. Essentially, the Genesis AV output now plugs directly into the 32X. The 32X can then merge the Genesis's feed with its own and send that out to your TV. I've started to become kind of fascinated with the 32X hardware. It's like the ultimate bod, but in commercial product form. I mean, just look at this huge red wire. They must have been pressed for time if that's the best way they could have gotten power down there. When I first picked up my 32X, it didn't come with the patch cable, so out of impatience, I tried to build my own out of wires. And I managed to get some pretty interesting effects that I thought I'd document on video. I'll be showing these directly on a CRT because, speaking of strange 32X AV quirks, it apparently uses some kind of non-standard color timing on the composite feed that messes with my RetroTink. Every time I turn it on, it's like I get a different palette. But TVs seem to be fine, so here we go.
Never you stream? I do stream!
This is Knuckles Chaotix, arguably the flagship game of the 32X. What you're seeing is the opening cutscene as normal, with the Genesis correctly hooked up to the 32X. Now let's see the Genesis on its own, without passing through the 32X. I imagine this would have been a fairly easy mistake for new 32X owners. I mean, it's not necessarily intuitive that after installing an add-on, the video feed now comes from the add-on. Sega CD doesn't do that. You can see that the Genesis is responsible for the backgrounds and this huge track thing during the opening, but everything else is the 32X, and, well, I don't want to be critical here, but could you tell? Does it look like this is being rendered by a console, quote, 40 times faster than the Genesis? Well, let's get the feed from the 32X alone and take a closer look. Whoa, this is pretty trippy. You can see what this is meant to be by comparing with the normal output. Turns out the 32X needs the sync signal from the Genesis, which makes sense. That'd be how it knows when the Genesis has started and finished a frame. Pretty interesting effect though. With the sync connected, we can see exactly which parts are handled by the 32X. Again, a good chunk of it, but not all of it. The game would still be...
Yeah, I'll have to watch it. I didn't even realize the state of play was happening. I'll have to watch it back and see what's interesting. I was gonna say, yeah, Silent Hill 2. I'm interested in it, but I'm also cautiously keeping an eye on that because Konami have not had a great track record when it comes to remaking their games. It looks really good from what I've seen from the original trailer, but yeah, them dropping a playable teaser of Silent Hill 2 really feels like a bit of a it's a bit of a slap in the face.
Unplayable because basically the whole stage itself is missing. But maybe that's part of the challenge. Anyone want to try a Knuckles Chaotix no Genesis percent speedrun?
No Genesis
works
percent.
about how you'd expect. It uses the RGB output from the Genesis, which is the highest quality signal it can get. We can mess around with this by connecting only some of the
I'll never
channels
forgive
or swapping
Konami
some
for
of them around
firing
like I did here with
Hideo.
Doom, but it's fairly
I'll never forgive Konami for firing him in the way that they did. Because, like, sure, I'm actually kind of happy that Kojima is now working more so for, like, Sony. Like, he's got his own studio now, and Sony supports him as their publisher. That's Kojima in total freedom of, like, operation, which is awesome. However, the fact that we lost the Silent Hills game and, like, Konami just, like, making things like hell at the studio for Kojima and related developers, that just really, really sucks. Konami fucking focusing on gacha games and gambling stuff and phone stuff, just ugh. I will say the Silent Hill 2 trailer was labeled combat reveal. Oh. Make of that what you will, but that could be indicative of the direction they're taking. Combat reveal. Kind of the whole point of... Oh, that's really upsetting, actually. I have to say it for myself, but that combat reveal better reveal that there's basically no combat. Because the whole point of the original game is that you're, like, just a dude. So you didn't have any combat prowess. You swung your stick like a total loser. Because you've never killed anyone before. Well, spoilers. Kojima going independent is the best thing to happen for him. Yes, yeah. That's the thing. We lost Kojima having ownership over the Metal Gear Solid franchise. We lost Kojima making Silent Hills with Guillermo del Toro. But we gained Death Stranding and Kojima with, like, total freedom to operate how he wants, which is a good thing. Is net a good thing. Yeah, Metal Gear Survive was an example of, like, Konami without Kojima doing Metal Gear stuff. Just atrocious, terrible game. I will say now that it looks like RE2 remake, but otherwise you should watch it. Yeah, I definitely will watch it myself and have a look. But I'll do that after the stream.
Standard stuff. The most interesting effect is definitely removing the sync signal. You can see it gradually gets worse. I'm guessing the analog timing remains fairly close for a while until it eventually shifts further and further out of phase. Something I'm curious about is, I thought the 32X would just slap its picture on top of the Genesis, but when we look at Doom, seen here with just the green wire attached, the menu is handled by the Genesis, and clearly sitting on top of the 32X's 3D graphics. I was curious how that would look on its own, and I guess this is how they did it. They basically just poked holes through Doom to get that menu to appear on top. Let's take a look at Virtua Racing. This is definitely more of a showcase for the 32X's power, so it's no surprise that the Genesis is responsible for very little here. As far as I can tell, just the skybox, which I guess is actually just a 2D background. Honestly, while these graphics do look a little primitive today, they did a good job leveraging both the Genesis and 32X to make a nice image. Same with Virtua Fighter. With the 32X on its own, it looks a little more like a tech demo. They're just fighting on this grey, test pattern checkered floor. But with the Genesis' skybox, it looks a little more like a game. Check it out, if I connect only red, it looks like they're fighting in hell. That's kinda cool. I enjoyed seeing the Genesis graphics in all green. It reminded me of those old monochrome monitors from the 80s and made me feel even more like a hacker. Finally, I had to show
Now you
a
have a
CD
PS5 play
32X
the short
game.
message.
Yes, even the Sega
Or
CD can
attempted a
get in on the
PT.
action and leverage the extra power plugged into the
I'll
cartridge
have to.
slot.
I'll have to
Only
give it a
5
try.
games ever did this though, and they were all FMV games taking advantage of the 32X's improved palette and decoding power. This is Night Trap, which I made a video about before. Until the recent remasters, these were the best these FMVs ever looked. Here we can see the Genesis is responsible for just about everything except the video itself, which does make sense. The HUD is definitely simple enough for the Genesis to handle on its own, and the more processing power the 32X has freed up, in theory, the higher the quality of the FMVs can be. The green really makes me feel like I'm in command, but if you really want to play on hard mode, you play without any HUD at all. Yeah.
Oh
I've
my
been playing
God.
this game for over 10 years, and even I was immediately lost trying to navigate without any of the icons. Also, the game requires you to change a color code every 5 minutes or so, and, well, good luck with that. Anyway.
Now that I have a PS5 in my house, I am now aware of how fucking huge PS5 is. Pardon my French. I just had to, like, it is so big. The PlayStation 5, like, I've got the the classic PlayStation 5, not the new slim version, but the PS5 with the disc slot is so big. People talked about how big the PS3 was back when it first came out, the original PS3. I've seen a retail PS5 come out, only to have kids. Yeah, like, even though my brother had a PS5 for ages, I think he always had his on its side, so I never really registered how fucking huge it is. I feel like I need to go get it. 1 second, I'm gonna go get the PS5 and I'll bring it over. 1 second. Oh God. Ugh. Oh God. The camera doesn't really do it justice, but so, you know, just fucking, like, my hand can just barely grip the outer edge. And it's like, God, fucking so big, so tall. Oh dear. How tall would it be? It's like, it's like a good 2 or 3 inches taller than a PS3, which was already huge. The PS3 was definitely like the biggest of all the PlayStation consoles. Oh dear. Glad Mark Cerny's back for PS6. He's good at designing games, but he seems really good at... Right. Right, I see what you mean. Yeah. Finally back home after a long test at Kumon. Ah. I hope you went well. I hope the test went well. Wait until you see the PS6. PS6 is like a fucking... Ugh. It's just like this massive, like, 50-inch box. Yeah, I see.
I think you get the idea. Sega's hacky yet understandable solution of making a
Welcome to the
critical
stream,
connection
Fireboy.
between the Genesis and 32X external lets us do a lot of goofy stuff.
Check it out, I can pull a Fonzie.
If you're a nerd and haven't watched
So I just
the
wanted
Road
to
to
show you guys
PS5, you
something
should.
a little interesting about some old tech. Let me know in the comments if you liked it, and I'll see you all.
So wait, Road to PS5. I'll just bring it up. PS5. That's the 50-minute video. 50-minute video about, well, 50-minute video from Sony, I'm assuming. Okay. It's nerd comfort content. Yeah. I'll watch this. I'll watch this after the stream. I do want some nerd content to watch while I'm doing uni work. So that'll be good. I like how Donkey puts it. PS5 was designed by Twitch chat. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I actually didn't break it, but I did brush it against something, which made it like make a pop noise, and I was like, but it was just the outer plates. The outer plates are designed to be taken off, so you can take the outer plates off. The design reveal was pretty hype, to be honest. right, yeah. I mean, I don't mind the design. I think it's neat. It's a neat design. It looks a hell of a lot better than the Xbox equivalents. Yeah, exactly. The current Xbox generation is just like a big old black box. It doesn't nothing appealing about it really. Nah. The PS5 is fine, and it is. I will admit, my PS5 is technically secondhand, but it was like secondhand as new sort of thing. I bought it not through like eBay or one of those kind of places. I bought it through a company that does refurbished products because by the time I bought it, but by the time I had some money to buy it, all the stores had stopped selling it. Then all the stores that sold the PS5 were now selling the new slim version, and I wanted the classic. So I got a refurbished as new version. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Same here, Maddie. Thankfully, as a Windows user, I have pretty much zero reason to buy an Xbox of any generation. Throw your PS5 at the ground then. Sure it will live. I threw it on the ground. And Microsoft don't care. They probably get more money from my data than they would. Yeah, no, that's just it. I do feel like Microsoft just has a console so that they're in the console market. They probably make most of their money from everything else. Like that's the difference is that a lot of companies like actually Sony's the same, but a lot of companies a lot of the gaming companies, they don't need to make a profit off of everything that their games do because they have other divisions that can help keep their their profits good. Microsoft doesn't need their consoles to sell as well as a PlayStation because they have all their software departments that are making all tons of money and all their publishing departments that make tons of money as well. Imagine if Apple made a game console, it would probably be terrible because they aren't yet really aware of, or maybe it'd be amazing. I don't know. In my head, it's like whenever a company that doesn't know anything about games does like oh, let's make a game console, let's do something game stuff, it's always terrible. I only bought an Xbox controller for my PC. Right, I just use the PlayStation controller for mine. Thankfully, modern stuff now is pretty good with PlayStation controllers. And even then, if it doesn't work with a PlayStation controller, you can get software that turns your PS5 or PS4 or PS3, whatever, into a Xbox 360 controller. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think gamers and Apple users have enough crossover for it to be worth it. Yeah. Steam Machine 2. See, I like the idea of the Steam Machine, but I play stuff on PC, man. I have a console just for the PlayStation 5 exclusive stuff or stuff you can only get like occasionally. Well, there's some amount of exclusive, some amount of like it starts off on PlayStation then takes years to come out on PC. I have my PlayStation stuff for that. Yeah. Apple's Vision Pro is more or less bulky AR glasses, not for VR gaming. Yeah. DS4 Windows. Yeah, is a good alternative for PS4 and PS5 controllers if you don't have Steam installed. Yeah, exactly. That's what I found is that, okay, one thing that has to be said, I didn't know how good Steam's automatic controller controller replacer thingy works. I've been using DS4 Windows for years, and I kind of after a few attempts at using the big picture controller stuff on Steam, I tried using it a while back, like maybe when they first brought it out, and I was not very impressed with it at the time, and so I like tried my best to disable it. But then in one of the recent Steam updates, the controller system became became mandatory. It became like built in. You couldn't disable it. Yeah. Well, Steam input would have just come out of the software side. Yeah. The something to do with one of the recent updates made it so that like the Steam controller thing was like kind of hard to turn off now if you actually wanted to turn it off. And so I was like, oh, whatever, I'll use the Steam input thing. It works fucking great. I'm so annoyed at myself for doubting it in the first place, because the amount of times now where I was like, I'm just let Steam will be like, we recognize this, you're using this controller, but this software is like works with these other, has like limited support. So like we'll take over the handling of the controller for you. And then I like launch the game and it works flawlessly with the controller. I'm like, whoa. It's brilliant. Games with Windows, yeah. Games with Windows did not do super well. Extra DRM and proprietary stuff like that always makes it worse. I think even Windows figured that. But I remember time at like McVicker reporting on a leaked Steam console. Yeah, I do remember that. All this Valve talk just makes me want a Half-Life 3 for the hell of it. I'd like a Half-Life 3. Just for the hell of it. Yeah. You can turn off Steam input for your controller type. Yeah. I did see that. I did figure out how to turn it off eventually, but like it was weird because I had it kind of just off like automatically before. I just had it all turned off. But then in a recent update, it like turned itself back on, and I couldn't just get it to like shut up, turn off. So I ended up just like working with it. I was like, fine, I'll use it. I'll try it out, and it was great. Like I am a little annoyed at myself that I didn't give it the time of day. The day we get Half-Life 3 is the day that I'll die. Yeah. How AI would interpret Half-Life 3? That'd be interesting. Anyway, let's keep moving. There's some Death Stranding stuff. Oh, I haven't played Death Stranding in so long. Yeah, you jump the rock, it's just like ugh, straight over. Oh. Yep. I see, like. This video together in like an hour during last month's stream. Yeah. Alright, all good. You built a bridge in what happened to be a very good place. So you gained fucking 12 bridge levels. I'm walking through the river. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you came out of the device walking, so it was not happy with you. Oh. Yeah, what the fuck just happened? This area,
Well, the cargo's trashed.
Oh. I've never seen this. I've never lost cargo. Yo, destroyed cargo. Oh no. He's struggling against sex and hell right now. I see you're carrying the that'll be if you're in the snow, that'll be what's the face? Keeps carrying Jill's son. Yeah, I only tried that once or twice when I was playing.
Chiral density increasing rapidly. Contact imminent.
Waking up to
Combat
cosmic horror.
preparations strongly advised.
Time for a shower, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. If you in that previous clip, if you were carrying carrying a body in the snow, you were either carrying that person who asks you to carry them across. Nice. Yeah.
Fine work.
It is.
Shouldn't have to put that kind of burden on a porter, but you rose to the occasion. You've earned my respect.
Or you're carrying the dead twin. The veteran porter. Yeah, it is indeed. Sam like.
Great verdict case, Casey. Great job, Sam. Very exciting and very meta. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Yeah. Did you go to Maddie? Did you end up going to all the porters? Oh my god. Easy. Too easy. I loved these. These were my favorite. I loved being able to just like fly over everything. Blue looks happy. Aww. I was just gonna say, the freaking Conan O'Brien porter. And the what's his face? The guy who runs all the shows. Aww. What's his face? The guy who runs the game shows.
That's quite a drop.
Oh my god, I was like, no, it's not done that, has it? It has. By a considerate BT.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Like Mario and Princess Peach.
That's so I forgot that's a line in that freaking thing. Yeah, no, randomly stumbling upon Conan O'Brien in the wilds, and then Jeff Keighley, that's his name, I couldn't remember it. Jeff Keighley in like the early areas. Yeah, I hope we get more of that in the second game. Same. I loved it. I loved seeing all the like cameos, all the porters. I think it's great. This is how you make a burger. Oh, is this what I? Oh, it's how to basic.
Cut your burger bun in half. Place down that patty. Add cracked black pepper, salt, American mustard, ketchup, diced onion, pickles. Pickles.
That's right.
Pickles.
Yeah, I was like, what is this thing?
Place down the top bun. Enjoy. Cut your burger bun in
It's all pickle. It's just all pickle. Although I hope they do a bit less prepper padding. Yes, yeah. Second round of preppers was probably the only time the game got boring. Right, yeah. It has to be said, in my playthrough of the game, I missed, like, in terms of the first area, I think I only missed a couple of spots where there were I only missed a couple of no, I think it was literally only yeah, there was 2 spots that are like semi-secret spots that I missed. I think I missed Jeff Keighley when I was playing, but I actually might have got him, and if that's the case, when I say I'm playing, I mean playing on the channel. I think I missed Jeff Keighley on the channel, but I might not have. And if I didn't, then I only missed the one guy who's in like this little river, like waterfall area in the first area. It was like the only one I missed. In the second area, the like main part of the game, I missed so many porters. You missed Ludinus fan and musician first time? Right. Yeah, I missed the musician. I think that's the one I'm thinking of. The one that's by the waterfall in the first area. The Ludinus fan is Jeff Keighley, right? And I think I might have got him. Oh. The first area is only place in director's cut to have new story missions. Right, okay. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense, because it's early on, it's setting things up. I can't imagine how they would fit in more story missions later, so that's probably for the best. But yeah, in the second area, I got the Santa Monica Studios, the director guy. I got, in terms of the secret porters, I got... Did I get Conan O'Brien? I think I got Conan O'Brien in the main area, but then like there was another guy who was like another like artist or video game. Oh, I got Junji Ito. I got him in the main. I think while I was playing, I didn't know who it was though. It wasn't until afterwards I found out who it was. But like there was like 2 or 3 of the like more secret porters who I missed in that second area, and then in the mountains, I missed every single secret. I basically just went to the main connection points. I got nothing else. I don't think I got a single secret character in the mountains until afterwards. I think. Not 100% about that anymore. It's been too long. Just setting up some backstory stuff. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Again, I should replay Death Stranding, but in the director's cut version, because that would help me get back up to the speed of things with Death Stranding 2. Whale Nightmare. Okay. Oh, I wouldn't want to. There's literally nothing else you can do. Yeah. Typical nightmare. £8 on Fanatical. Oh shit. I wonder how much it is currently on Fanatical. It doesn't even show up on Fanatical for me. What the... I was gonna say, did I spell it wrong? Oh, God. Oh. That's actually terrifying. Fucking hell, that like triggers my full thalassophobia. It's like what I used to always refer to as my Leviathan phobia. Jesus Christ. Oh dear. Another scary. BT in the shower. Oh god. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You guessed correctly. It's just Zach saying hi. Whales, like, when I normally see whales, not scary, but that context, genuinely terrifying. Time paused. PT Lisa reference. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Yeah. No, there's so many little things. That's the thing with Death Stranding, is that as you pointed out there, like you have 90 hours and haven't triggered any of them. Yeah. That's like even in just the original version of the game with all of it's because just the original version has a ton of that stuff in it. So much of it I didn't see. I only saw in hindsight online because there's so many different little things. I like tried my best to trigger as many of them as I could. But there's so many little ones that like there's seemingly no rhyme or reason to them getting triggered. So like you just have to wait and see. And if you play the entire game, 90 hours or plus, and you don't see it, well, it's just sucks to be you, sort of thing. Yeah. Oh crap! Resident Evil 7 for $11 on Fanatical. But yeah, Death Stranding's not currently on sale, sadly. But that's fine. What's this?
Hello all. About 2 years ago I wrote on my YouTube community tab that I began studying in University of Helsinki. And I made a video about my progress, but it has been a year since that video. I graduated, but how did that happen? Let's go 3 years back in time. I was sitting on the toilet reading a booklet listing the courses organized by the local adult education center, which we call työväenopisto or kansalaisopisto. And I saw an advertisement for basic studies in education sciences organized jointly with the Open University in University of Turku. It cost 400 euros. Previously, from 2003 for 5 years, I studied the Japanese language similarly in an adult education center, and I knew I could do it while working full-time, so I enrolled just to gain some experience about university studies and to maybe learn new things about teaching in general. While waiting for the course to start, I wanted to learn how open universities work, and I also browsed the course offering from the Open University in University of Helsinki, and I saw that they were also offering the introductory course to special education for free. In a moment's whim, I enrolled in there as well. Both courses began in September, and by April I was done. In interest of improving my chances of getting a job as a teacher someday, I then applied to the intermediate studies too. This cost me 460 euros. But I had also entered an application for subject teachers bachelor's plus master's program in University of Helsinki, and I was accepted. I couldn't do both, so I was forced to forfeit the intermediate studies in education sciences. I was not able to get a refund. So I began meticulously crafting my study plan. From the get-go, I was definitely not aiming just to get a degree, but to study all of the 4 subjects nominally belonging to this study program, so I booked up a few courses in mathematics, physics, chemistry and of course computer science. During the orientation period, a tutor managed to convince me that physics would be a much more interesting primary subject than mathematics is, so I swapped out mathematics for a second subject and physics for the first one. Before any of these courses even started, and indeed before I even finished the course that should be the first course for every student, the Orientation to Students' Digital Skills, I completed my first computer science course, the first half of Computer Fundamentals. I also discovered that the mathematics in physics is 10 times worse than the mathematics in mathematics, so the brief moment as a primary physicist ended up very brief indeed. Mathematics was back in the first.
I've known so many people who had that same experience. Start doing physics at university and are like, ugh, stop doing physics. Either stop or, yeah, in this case, just like dropped it back to a second subject.
Place. Because I had previously studied the education sciences, I applied to have them recognized as a completion to some parts of my teacher's pedagogic studies. That shaved 10 credits off my master's degree studies. I completed a few other CS courses using a general exam, so about a month since I began the studies, I had already racked up 17 credits worth CS studies. However, I dropped out from the basics of chemistry course because it turns out to be too much work while I was already studying 18 other courses at the same time. By the end of the fall semester, I had almost completed the basic and intermediate studies in computer science and also 2 courses from the basic studies in physics and several in mathematics, including both courses in logic and both courses in statistics. After the first year was over, I had completed the basic studies in physics, all mandatory studies in computer science except for software development methods, most of the mathematics courses in my to-do list, all the language courses, and almost everything in teacher-specific general courses except the science education practical application course. Now it was time for me to turn my eye towards the teacher's pedagogic courses. The orientation seminar was held in June 2022, and I got enough information to know which courses to start doing first. This was going to be a very heavy year, as my plan was also to put chemistry back in the menu. In July, I finally managed to get software development methods recognized based on the work that I had done on that terminal, finally completing my studies on computer science. I also realized that I should start working on my bachelor's thesis if I am ever going to graduate. In early September, we had a 3-day period of introduction to school. This meant going to the school, high school, and attending 3 classes, making observations, and then discussing them later with the other teacher students on each day. Then there were the...
This is interesting, because this is a very different way that it works. Like, first of all, hearing that after the basic stuff, the, more advanced version of, I think it was that education one that he started, but he didn't finish. I think it was this part, education sciences. This part of it, this intermediate part of it cost 450 euros. Meanwhile, the degree I'm doing at the moment, essentially a degree in education that I'm doing at the moment, if I wasn't doing it through a special program, it would cost $30,000. 30,000 New Zealand dollars. 450 euros is probably close enough to being 1,000 New Zealand dollars that, here in New Zealand to do the same degree costs 30 times as much. Yeah, I was gonna say, the amount of work he is doing, this is like one subject paper stuff. This is I'm basically doing something similar to this, but while also teaching, while also working as a teacher. 28K pound, yeah. That's about right. It's for my 3-year degree in computer science, it cost about $45,000 New Zealand, which would be a little less than that 28K pounds. The 28K pounds would be about $56,000. So it's about $10,000 more than what we have here. Yeah. Oh. Paid for university sucks. It wasn't like that long. New Zealand, as of the 1960s, 70s, had free tertiary education like Europe does. But in the 80s, as with a lot of things, the 80s brought about privatization and business models for schools and stuff like that, or modern business models in sort of the education sector, and so suddenly degrees started costing money, and by these times, it now costs tens of thousands of dollars to get a degree. Oh dear. It's really bright. Oh, it's probably because of the screen. We'll leave that there. This guy he's working a full-time job, and he's studying all these subjects at the same time. That's wild. I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do something like that. That's just wild. Oh, speaking of friggin' Conan O'Brien.
Serious allegations.
Likable one moment, angry and dismissive the next.
See where I'm going with this at least.
Oh my God.
There's just too much people, too much pressure.
As a host, she's amazing.
You knew I liked you, but as a boss, she's a different person.
Restaurant owner banned Corden, calling him the most abusive customer since the restaurant opened.
I've been walking around thinking that I hadn't done anything wrong.
Who said okay to this? Why are you doing this?
So, what exactly makes a good talk show host? Is it
right?
kindness?
You don't take any money for this.
No,
you're doing this of your heart.
A sense of humor?
You're making a lot of money and you're in a big theater. I don't think it's going to last.
Maybe it's relatability.
Your zipper is down.
Or perhaps it's a combination of these things. Things that, in this dwindling new era of late night, seem to be in short supply. But there was a time when it thrived.
God's sake, man, be professional.
This whole segment is probably going to have to get removed. It's probably going to get claimed. But we'll see.
See on Earth from space.
Every time we fly by California, we see your chest.
This person.
My wife is
This
dead.
person might have
Sorry to hear
shot
that. High five.
I can only tell you that it has been an honor and a privilege. I bid you a very heartfelt good night.
After 30 years on TV, Johnny Carson would retire as the host of The Tonight Show. NBC would announce that frequent guest Jay Leno, and not David Letterman, would be its new host.
Just how pissed off are you?
Letterman was understandably bitter.
Would I like to have the show? Oh, sure.
I mean, this was his dream job. At Carson's advice, he would leave NBC after 11 years hosting Late Night. His staff would follow him to CBS. NBC was now left without a host or a show. SNL creator Lorne Michaels was brought in to salvage what they could. Dana Carvey and Gary Shandling would both decline to host, and popular figures like Jon Stewart and Drew Carey would audition for the role.
Man, that was an
Lorne
old
had another
video of Jon
idea.
Stewart.
Last April, NBC rocked the entertainment world by picking an unknown comic and writer to replace David Letterman.
He would pitch an individual who, at the time, was a relatively unknown writer with credits on The Simpsons and SNL, whose experience in front of a camera amounted to about 40 seconds of airtime.
His days are full with Conan O'Brien. What is funny about Conan?
He's very generous as a performer. He's not looking to score at your expense, and he's just funny.
After an audition that included interviews with Jason Alexander and Mimi Rogers, O'Brien would land the position as new host of Late Night, alongside his young sidekick Andy Richter.
A friend of mine, some might even say a sidekick, Andy Richter.
The show would premiere to a flood of negative reviews. Conan was tall, lanky, and where some would see energy,
It is exciting. It is exciting.
others would see uneasiness.
I got to admit that this is a little unusual.
His fidgety nature and visible lack of experience would make him a prime target for critics.
One more thing. You better be as good as Letterman, or else.
So large was this influx of negative press that interns would have to fill the seats that audience members had left empty. These were big shoes to fill after all, but shockingly that didn't deter him. Conan's humor, despite not as refined as the years that would follow, was apparent from the very first episode.
Help me out here, Andy. Ow! 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 Wow! Wow! Ow! 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 Drew, I'm sorry, but it's on the cue cards. I have to do as I'm told.
After almost being fired and reaching near cancellation a number of times, the tide would begin to turn. Conan's monologues became sharper, his timing grew tighter, and a few 90s megastars such as Tom Hanks and Kelsey Grammer would provide the attention he needed. Ratings would inevitably pick up, and the critics would turn fans. This would set the foundation for an almost 28-year run.
Ladies and gentlemen, in August, our first guest will take over as host of this very program that's called Late Night. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the new guy, Conan O'Brien.
Conan's preferred style of comedy is absurdist, clever, and often dumb humor.
One of the most striking images was this shot of North Korea's Kim Jong-un arriving at the summit. Warner Brothers gave me my own security detail. Okay, that's me.
Now, despite having a degree from Harvard in history and literature, he is susceptible to missing the mark.
Cam Newton, more like Fig Newton.
I'm not saying he's perfect, but here's the thing about playing it safe.
You know, his name's Cam Newton, and then I said
Yeah,
Fig Newton instead.
I heard what you said.
Not only does it make for painfully boring TV, but it's almost always expected.
President Trump gave his big speech at the UN General Assembly today, and at one point he threatened to totally destroy North Korea. Says it's a good plan to do it, too. He's going to run for president of North Korea.
Guys, it means he's going to run for president of North Korea.
Trump is going to run for president of North Korea.
A joke is usually made funnier by completely subverting your expectations.
All right, well, Kenny, I'm going to plug you now while this blindfolded. The album is the gift. Shut up.
What did you say?
Conan is not only a master at this, but can do so at the expense of himself.
And I didn't even know there was an audience. I'd heard the monologue, but, you know...
Self-deprecation is something he uses constantly.
When I was growing up, no one ever said ginger.
Yeah.
It was just like, hey, redhead, and then bang.
It not only disarms the viewers and guests, but also humanizes him. Then you watch someone like Jimmy Kimmel, who has a tendency to joke at the expense of everyone else. There's, oddly enough, a yearly Halloween gag where the only goal seems to be making kids cry. Kimmel, unlike Conan, has a tendency to leave guests or staff in the blue about whatever bit he's conjuring up.
Here he is, man.
Now, what happened there? Who's Larry?
Yeah, Larry is the cinematographer. This is so embarrassing.
This creates unnecessary tension and can make guest appearances feel more like a chore. Then you have someone like Jimmy Fallon, whose kindness is not only disingenuous, but wildly overdone.
And his belly goes in my mouth.
He uses laughter and endearing praise to smother his guests so they feel more at ease.
There's no host in late night that pretends to care the way you do.
Thank you.
I mean, no one captures phoniness the way you do. It's a gift.
This eagerness to please the guests and fear of dead air can cause him to habitually interrupt.
No,
cool.
I sort of...
Do they allow dogs at the hotel?
Aren't you supposed to let people talk on the show?
Oftentimes to the point of genuine confrontation.
Taylor?
See where I'm going with this at least. Nobody ever listens to me.
Oh my
Finish a
gosh.
thought.
Oh my God.
So what I was saying is
You're not even looking at me.
Because I'm trying to think of what to say next.
Conan is the sweet spot. Not too harsh, not too soft, somewhere in the middle with an incredible ability to relate to nearly anyone.
She said, when does the nervousness and self-doubt end? And I said, I have really bad news for you. There's always some of that.
This Ivy League education of his gives him a vast array of insight and knowledge into most personality types, allowing him to adapt and improvise in whatever exchange he's having at the moment.
Your voice changed when you were 10?
About 10, yeah.
I think mine changed during the second term of Obama's presidency.
Conan isn't phoning in these conversations. He seems genuinely interested in whatever he's discussing, encouraging his guests to give just that little extra. Then you have his sidekick in Andy Richter, who's just incredible at playing off of a bit.
No, I like the ocean.
I do. I like the ocean very much.
Yeah. Do you float a lot in the ocean?
Sure. What do you sink? Might be that cast iron heart.
Doing so without taking over the conversation. This combination of factors can effortlessly make a guest feel at ease. Take Rooney Mara, for example. For context, she's an incredibly talented actor who just so happens to be timid and shy in real life. Conan, having known this, begins with somewhat of an awkward icebreaker.
I've read in interviews that you talk about how you're very shy.
Notice how her eyes drift away in discomfort and she begins picking at her nails. He starts at a point of high tension, creating a purposeful bit of anxiety here so she can get used to these emotions. What follows is a fairly easy softball question that almost anyone can relate to.
For example, you hate it when people sing happy birthday to you.
Yeah, I do.
And surely enough, he does exactly that.
I actually relate to that.
Then he follows up with a complaint or two that warms the crowd up.
Yeah, I don't love it either. I don't like praise for something that I didn't have anything to do with. And that's not a joke. Exactly. I really do feel like people are happy. And what are you supposed to just stand there and go, yes, I survived.
It's so embarrassing.
He takes the lead here, gradually chipping away at the initial tension, shouldering the blame for whining here so she won't have to. Now watch what happens in the very next exchange.
So you hate it when people give you that kind of attention?
Yeah, like when you wrap a film, they announce it and everyone starts clapping, and I hate it. I always get turned bright red and I just get really embarrassed.
The direct eye contact, the expressive hand gestures, the confident tone. In just around 40 seconds, he's given her the self-assurance needed to command the conversation. At this point, he takes his foot off the gas, and the discussion shifts to a more even back and forth. Conan's ability to resonate with almost any guest makes for some pretty incredible and long-running bits, like the one where Paul Rudd substitutes whatever clip from the film he's promoting with a scene from the 1988 sci-fi film Mac and Me.
I did bring we can cut to the real one.
But it's not just the guests. Conan is unanimously praised as being an incredible boss.
I was an intern for Conan O'Brien my junior year for a summer. People have asked me before, what's your biggest influence comedically? And I said, without a doubt, it's Conan O'Brien. One of the most surreal moments of my entire life has been the first night I went on that show. You can see that I actually end up tearing up because at the end, he takes a moment in the segment to say how proud he is of me, and I'll never forget it.
What you see on camera, though, is a completely different story.
Is this your favorite late night show? And be honest.
You are my favorite personality-wise.
Then there's the 2007 writer's strike, where Conan would pledge to pay the salaries of 75 non-writing staffers out of his own pocket should the need arise. He would end up doing exactly that. Or how about the time he'd choose to continue filming Conan using iPhones and no audience during the pandemic, keeping his entire staff on the payroll so none of them would have to file for unemployment. But this is his staff after all. Maybe he's not as kind towards the competition. When David Letterman would air the final episode of The Late Show, Conan would have one simple request for his audience.
Okay, it's now 11:35.
Oh.
Record us, but switch to Dave. Bye.
In an industry so fiercely competitive, he'd set the standard by leading with kindness.
He said, I think that guy. And NBC said, the writer with the weird hair.
His bizarre yet brilliant comedic style was relentlessly innovative.
We got about 10 on here, that's all.
Yeah? Check this out.
Rarely does this man ever give us a half-hearted monologue or a boring hour of television.
You have a bird on your,
You know what, Conan? I'm happy to come on your show, but I don't want to talk about my personal life, okay?
Even better is the fact that his personality isn't the product of a carefully curated routine. His ongoing podcast titled Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend is a perfect example of that.
And then we're about to leave, and this gentleman comes up to me and he says, Mr. O'Brien, I'm here to walk you past the paparazzi. We walk outside. Nobody.
In this ever-changing digital climate, hosting will continue to thrive. Networks will continue trying out new figures and ideas. There will always be a demand for a live audience and genuine conversation. When it comes to talk shows, there will always be a new star in the world of late night. But there will never be another Conan O'Brien.
I have devoted all of my adult life, all of it, to pursuing this strange phantom intersection between smart and stupid. I will tell you, I think when smart and stupid come together, it's very difficult, but if you can make it happen, I think it's the most beautiful thing in the world. Try and do what you love with people you love, and if you can manage that, it's the definition of heaven on earth. I had a terrific time tonight. I hope you'll come back, and thank you very much.
Interesting. There's a lot I didn't know about Conan O'Brien there. Yeah. Interesting. I've always, most of the late night show, most of those like talk show hosts, not for me. It's fucking, was it Jeremy Corbyn or whatever the fuck his name is? Ugh. His Dartmouth commencement speech was really good. You should watch it. We have time, right? Yeah, okay. I'll add it to my little list of things over here. Cool. All right. What's this? Funny. Wait. I'll just make sure that this. Wait. Copy link. Doesn't dox myself somehow. What is this? I think I'm safe enough. What about my shredder? My personal shredder. What the fuck? What is this? What is that? What is that? Anyway, more Death Stranding stuff. Love seeing interactions like this. I don't know. It's Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's the old duck from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. But I don't know what the shredder is. Maybe it's from the show that they released on Netflix. On like, was it Netflix or was it Amazon? I don't remember. No, I haven't seen the modern one. Channel 4. That's right. It's weird. How do you get Channel 4? How do you, like, I know it's a British channel, but like, is there a way to watch it online? I don't know. We used to have a channel. Our Channel 4 in New Zealand used to look just like Channel 4 in the UK. Same logo and everything. But years and years and years ago it changed. It's now called Duke here in New Zealand. I don't think you can. Just a VPN or pirate it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know how to get access to it. I'll have to just, like, download Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared 2. I'm assuming the Shredder is some important detail in the series. But yeah, I've seen the original Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared on YouTube, but not the one that was released as a TV show. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably is all on YouTube now. Oh, damn. Holy shit. That's amazing. For those who don't know what the fuck just happened, the player character was on a tent where there are, like, humans who are, let's just say they're the enemy. They're enemies of you. And one of the, like, ghostly BTs overheard one of the characters in the tent, walked in, and did what's called a void out. It's basically like a nuke going off. And so you didn't even get to, like, see it. You just saw, like, the warping effect, and then it just, like, and then you were dead. That's actually crazy. That's awesome. Oh, it was from the necrotized mule corpse, of course. It was from this. From the body that was on the floor. Still playing TF2, but back. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, oh, fascinating, of course. So I was going to say, how do you get it to do it? How would you get it to do that? Because I've never had BTs in the same place as the mules. Except for in, like, that... I think there was that one... Isn't there that one time that's, like, required? It's, like, scripted. I forget now. But yeah, like, this looks like just a normal, like, running a mule camp. And it, yeah, suddenly a BT showed up. Yeah, from the corpse. That's brilliant. Mr. Bean in the Stanley Parable. Oh my god.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
That's Bean.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why is he naked now?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room, and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Yeah, the void out creators are not dynamic, yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following...
I wonder if they would make the void outs dynamic in the next game. I doubt it, just because of how much it affects the world. Like, maybe they make mini void out zones or something like that. I doubt it, but yeah. Touch catch a spot. Yeah. They have the Golden Hunters. Oh. Character X in game Y.
Directions. It's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
That's the guys
Someone
that
you've
swim
forgotten
through
about.
time, grab you when you trip. Oh, right, I see what you mean.
This
Yeah,
is it,
yeah,
Stanley.
yeah.
Your chance to redeem yourself. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in
They just
another,
kill you instead of dragging you to a
pick up
catcher.
the
Right,
phone.
right, that makes sense, yeah.
Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No,
Yeah.
that's not possible. I can't believe it.
The amount of times
Why
I got
not
dragged
noticed it
over
sooner?
to fucking
You're not
big old
Stanley.
fight to a lion or whatever.
Well, I won't have that
One of
kind
those like
risk
big
on my
lion
watch.
ones with the
I'm going to
squid
stop the game
face.
for a moment.
Fair enough. Mr. Bean would, of course, end up in the friggin' telephone room. Portal Unity 2 anyway. Oh, yes. So... Wait, whose username is this? I'm not familiar, but this looks like someone was working on a Portal Unity 2 reboot or remake. Sorry, Portal Unity remake of sorts. I know. Actually, I wonder if it's yeah, after the first few hours, it's only time BT scared me is when a new type appeared. Yeah, yeah. The red BTs, the ones that are invulnerable to blood. Oh, right. Oh, true. I forgot about the floor BTs. This might be some time ago. Pixel Dan was working on a Portal Unity 2 mod, but I thought that they had stopped doing that. I remember, like, something happened, and I remember talking to them, and they said that they weren't, well, it wasn't happening anymore. And I actually asked if they would like either remove the ModDB page or whatever, because I kept getting questions about people who kept being like, "Oh, when's Portal Unity 2 coming out?" And I'm like, "I'm not making it. If you want to know information, you need to go to Pixel Dan." And so after getting that a few times, like I think there might have even been someone who was like, "Oh, is the mod dead?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'll go talk to Pixel Dan." And I think the outcome was that I was like, "I'll just take it off the ModDB so that don't keep getting pestered." But this looks a lot like what the remake would look like, so, or the Portal Unity 2, I suppose. So, huh? It's not Pixel Dan's username though. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think for me, the only time I got really desensitized to BTs, especially post-game, because there were times where I had to, like, delve deep into a BT zone to get some item or to, like, find something special. And dealing with BTs, trying to, like, do it stealthily, you just get really, especially in the original where you get that freaking animation every time you get the, like, popping out of the BB detector thing animation every time you just trigger the catches now, right? Yeah. With the animation of the thing popping out every time being like a slow animation. God damn, it got so annoying. Yeah, there were definitely times where I just like blast through with a vehicle and either get trapped and just fight the thing, or just like manage to make it through without actually triggering anything. Yeah. Give a lot of chiral. I think I have 100,000 now. Oh damn! I don't know how much I ended up getting, but I know in the end game, yeah, I killed many a BT out of frustration. Just like, oh my god, get the hell out of the way! Like I don't. I don't want you here. Blood. Just throwing blood. Every 1,000 chiral decreases your weight by... Oh! I never noticed that. Huh. Shit, I never even noticed that. Unless that's not in the original, but I doubt it's not. I bet it is. Oh, hey MX. How you doing? Fantastic evening. Oh, this is yeah, TF2 animation sent by Josh. This may get claimed. We'll see. Ugh. He drank his own piss. I still haven't seen the seal thing in game. I haven't seen the Sex and Hail or the seal thing.
Roddy! Cheers, mate!
Got in the jar.
Come on, I don't have all day.
Oh, seal.
Oh. Damn it!
Death Stranding is on iPhone?
Gotcha!
What the heck? How did they manage that?
7. Yeah. Move up! Three. See? I won! Yes, good. We're done. Time to get some food.
Some food.
Oi! G'day, soldier! I'm gonna piss on the coffee table.
Target located. Initiating recovery sequence. Recovery complete. Returning to base.
Welcome back! I failed, did I? You did amazing, comrade! It's fully charged! I have another work for you!
This is your next assignment. Retrieve the telephone heavy. Your transport is ready to depart.
Let's do this. I am a god.
It has not just automatically
That would be
translated.
$50. Thanks.
I don't like having subtitles on because I end up reading them and not watching the video.
Hello, son. I am on vacation in Japan. The robots are attacking the gate. I need your help here. Affirmative. Delicious. Indeed. Boys, time to move out. Engineer, Hi. Deploy a teleporter here.
Gotcha.
Let's go.
Yeah, but of course.
You maggots in a trash can. Let's make some pain, boys.
Mecha medic.
Let's win this freaking thing. Catch this.
Apologies.
What did you think you were going to kill with that? Look at this. You like that, Chuckle Nut? 9.
Crack it! Damn it! Here. No, gentlemen. Charge! Yeah. So I will tear you apart.
Denied. Move, schnell.
Fire.
Damn it, boys.
Help! Deus Invictus.
Thanks for the aid. Let us commence. The big box of kicking your ass. How you like that? I will kill you.
Shoots himself in the head. You know, it's like a turn-based round. I think of it as being like Final Fantasy. It's Final Fantasy TF2 mode.
Son, always remember, you are a true American boot.
A true American boot.
Yes, I killed you, all right.
What?
Impossible.
Want to see a magic trick?
Unbelievable.
The end.
Okay. Yeah. The freaking so these videos by this guy, amazing. I've seen a few of their videos before, and I'm sure I've probably seen the one that preceded that, but they're so wild, so weird. Right? Yes, I've seen this. It's awesome. It's an HEV phone charger.
Welcome to the HEV Mark IV Energy Recharge Unit. Power level monitoring sensors activated. Charge interface online. Have a very safe day.
I was gonna say, I better not play that sound forever. I love it. Yes. I wanted to see this. As soon as I scrolled past it, I was like, this will be fascinating.
The game in the cartridge slot?
What the? Oh, weird seeing the disc sticking out like that.
The Nintendo PlayStation is a real thing. It really exists.
Yeah.
It was showcased at the 1991 Consumer Electronics Show right before Nintendo very publicly kicked Sony to the curb. As a result, there's only one working Nintendo PlayStation in the world. And last time it sold, it went for more than my house. So I don't think I'm going to be owning that one, but it did give me an idea. I was given half a PlayStation a few years ago. It spent the whole time in my toolbox with tools being thrown on it all the time. And I still have the Japanese SNES shell from my portable Super Nintendo video. So I just gotta sort of just put them together, right? And then it'll be a Nintendo PlayStation. I suspect this capacitor might be bad. Solder in the new one. Fix some broken solder joints I found. The only capacitor I had was too big and the wrong value, but I reckon it'll work. There's a slight issue in that I don't have any way to put games in. But surprisingly, you can still get drives off the internet. They're pretty cheap and nasty though, definitely not made by Sony. And the disc touches the plastic. I really am happy that I now have ring scratches on my Moto Racer disc. I'm going to test this with a less important disc. Do I need that plastic? No, apparently I need that plastic. Why do new things all have to be junk? I appreciate that these are still being made, but it ruined my disc and it still doesn't work. Ow! Oh, that's still powered on. I've adjusted the spindle height. The disc isn't touching. If I push down the lid closed button now... there we go. Now that it's working, it's time to rip its guts out. Don't need that. Don't need that. Now how am I gonna get this in here? There, I don't know, somewhere. Does it fit? Not quite. I think this should go this way. Oh, it's so close to fitting. There we go. That fits. So the power supply will fit up the back here, but I'm not gonna be able to plug anything into the power connector, so I'm gonna relocate that. Connect some wires between the parts. Now it'll fit here quite nicely. I don't like this bit of metal under here though, so I might get rid of that. Oh, awesome, a mod chip, region free.
A mod
This is the expansion connector. The last of the PlayStations didn't have this anyway, so it really doesn't need it. Yeah, heaps of space. Now, obviously this power cable is not going to reach the power supply anymore. I found this in my box of junk. It's pretty much completely the wrong thing. But if I cut off the first 5 pins, kind of jams in there, and hopefully that works. This is the Super Nintendo power switch. This is what I want to use. The PlayStation one's over here. We don't need that, so I'm going to get rid of it. There we go. Except this switch is actually 2 switches in one package. This one isn't, but that's okay. I have a solution. I'll make it so that this switch is always on. Cut the mains trace over here, solder some wires across the gap, then connect them to the switch. In its past life, this switch never had to switch any more than 9 volts, and I'm putting 240 volts through it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I think I should probably put the controller ports in next. It'd be really nice if this spacing's the same. You know, it's not too far off, but I think it's too far off. I thought there was nothing on that piece of board. There was something on that piece of board, but it only took a few jumpers to fix it. Now, I suspect this is not going to fit well. It's so close to closing on there without cutting the cable.
This is like watching someone slice up bodies and like start stitching them together. It feels like genuine Frankenstein DIY.
Nice.
Like it hurts me a little bit. He seems to know what he's doing. It's just like,
Even got the gaps filled up. And once again, the cables aren't going to reach. But I just went looking and discovered that the cables I got to repair 3DO consoles have the same contact spacing. So if I cut this right here, it might peel. That should work. Now it's going to be a bit difficult to plug the AV cable in here, so I've flipped the motherboard over and I've plugged in the AV cable. I'm using the continuity test feature on my multimeter to figure out which solder connections I need to use, and I've just found the last one. I found this RCA panel on the back of an old TV chassis. If I mount this on the back, I can use any generic RCA cables. I just need to wire this to those 3 points I found on the motherboard plus ground. While I'm on this side of the board, I need to attach some wires for the disc cover closed switch. I could make do without it, but then I wouldn't be able to change discs on multi-disc games, and I wouldn't want to compromise the quality of the console, would I? I think it's time for some hot glue. Well, most of that dribbled back out again, but it's sitting there well enough for now. Oh look, if I break this off, And put a screw in this, then only half the mains connector has to be held on with hot glue. There you go, you'd never know it wasn't factory. Installing the motherboard. Oh look, the AV ground even lines up with the motherboard ground. I can just pile a bunch of solder here for extra strength. This reset button's not going to be very useful here. I want to reuse the power light though, so I'm going to just take that out gently. Now that I've got wires for the reset switch and the power light, I can put the power supply in. Except I don't want any chance of this high voltage in here touching this board. So I'm just going to give it back its old home from the PlayStation. Hot glue, and a bit of the melty plastic trick, then a lot more hot glue. Hot glue, hot glue, hot glue, hot glue, hot glue, hot glue, hot glue. Because of the memory card slots, there isn't enough room under there for a power light, but I think if I take a bit of this plastic off and sit the power light the other way, it might just fit. I've marked where I think it should go, and some hot glue will hold it in place. I found this scrap PCB with some tactile switches on it. I'm going to try and use these to make the disc cover open switch and the reset switch work. This plastic part used to reach all the way through to the motherboard of the Super Nintendo where the reset button was. It's not going to work for this though. I'm hoping I can just hot glue a tactile switch in here, then cut off this shaft bit by bit until it presses that button and pops back up again. And there we go, it works. I'm going to use eject for the disc tray open button. It seems fitting. The idea is the same, but I'm going to have to take off a lot more plastic. That's not a straight cut. It's not too bad. It's a little bit low on this side, but if I drop that side down as well, it'll be okay. Except there's a slight problem. I'm pretty sure if I connect the wires from the old lid switch to the eject button, I'm going to have to hold this down the entire time the disc's in. I don't want to do that. So it's time to plug it in. I need it turned on so I can make some measurements and figure out a way around that.
Oh my god, it works.
Yeah, had me worried for a bit because it took a little while to turn on. There are two main logic voltages which most digital stuff like this seems to use. They're 3.3 volts and 5 volts. Older stuff always uses 5 volts, newer stuff tends to use 3.3. I'm fairly sure the PlayStation uses 3.3 volt logic and there's no 5 volts anywhere in here. These are the two wires that I connected to the back of the motherboard for the lid open switch. If I measure voltage across them, I can see that it's 3.5 volts. It's a tiny bit higher, but that's 3.3 basically. The other thing I need to find is a 3.3 volt power rail. The 3.3 volts coming out of those wires is just a signal. That's not what I need. To find the 3.3 volt rail, I need a ground first, which is easy to find because it's the traces that go to the case screws. Nothing else should ever be connected to case screws. Once I've grounded my black probe, I'm looking at these big thick traces here. I want to measure each of those until I find the one that's the voltage I'm looking for, and that's it there. So one of the chips in the PlayStation somewhere is sending out that 3.3 volt signal to the switch. When the switch closes, the signal gets connected to ground, and the chip sending it out all of a sudden loses that signal and says, wow, okay, that lid must be closed. But I want my eject button to do the opposite of that. So I'm using a resistor to pull the signal down to ground, then 3.3 volts to pull it back up again when the button's pressed. The reset button is easy, it just connects straight on, except soldering to the button melted the hot glue and I had to go chasing the button around. But where am I going to put the disk drive? Well, I think right about here is going to be good. How good is hot glue? Really works for just about everything, except for the things that it doesn't. Need to make some holes for the wiring. But once again, the wiring is way too short. These two need to reach to these two connectors hidden under here. I didn't find any helpful connectors for this one, but I found some solid core wire which pushes into there quite nicely. I'll just solder the other end to the motherboard. I'll stop the wires falling out with some hot glue. This one's going to be harder to extend though. I'm going to try and use the rest of that 3DO ribbon cable. I need to attach this onto here. Hopefully I can scrape off some of this plastic so I can solder it together. For this, I'm definitely using flux. It'll help the solder flow onto the metal. Whoa, the plastic's melting from the soldering iron. I'm actually kind of amazed by how easily this is soldering. I kind of expected the whole ribbon to disintegrate. I'm going to leave this tape wrapped around here. It's called Captain Tape. It's heat resistant and insulating. Having this ribbon cable so long and running straight over the top of the power supply has me kind of worried about interference, but it's too late now. The game in the cartridge slot.
Sponsor.
When it gets to this, that means it's working. Oh, the controller's not working. I really should start checking consoles properly before I build things out of them. So it turns out there's actually a fuse for the controller ports.
I'm back with making my mouse extremely fancy. Oh, okay. As in your computer mouse, or your pet mouse? Putting a dapper hat on your pet mouse. I had Wendy's. I had Wendy's last night for dinner, so I had a Wendy's. I still had some leftover Sprite. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. What about lava glue? That doesn't sound like it would do You know what? Why not? Lava glue. Yep, lava glue.
I even used one of its solder points for the eject button. You can buy these fuses. They're really cheap. You really shouldn't leave this unfused. But I'm just going to leave it unfused. This is way better than the TI-83 Plus version. Now let's see if that mod chip works. Maybe we can do some proper gaming. Looking good. Aww, it's got no color. Some versions of the original PlayStation need an additional mod to get color on import games. Since I've already hot glued the motherboard in and stuck things all around it, I can't really get back to it to do that. Whoever put this mod chip in really just wanted to play burnt games from Australia. So I've downloaded a boot disk off the internet and hopefully that'll get us some color. It lets me force the video mode. The video is all squashed down the bottom. It's because PAL has a different number of lines to NTSC. It's not very good driving. Oh, a check. The controls are backwards. Where's the cool music gone? Don't we get that during the gameplay? Oh, I'm on a skateboard. You might have noticed that I haven't really played this before. I've owned it for a few years, and something, now I'm playing it. That's a totally logical result for that. I've played Pepsi Man now. It's definitely Pepsi. With the help of an emulator, I can even play Nintendo games, although they're slightly glitchy and I can't play Super Nintendo games. Apparently the PlayStation is not powerful enough to emulate that. So now I own a Nintendo PlayStation. It's one of a kind. Anyone want to trade it for a house? I'm a pretty serious video game collector, and on Floatplane, I post a photo of every single video game thing I...
Really cool. Really, like, from like a lover of like old tech. Really upsetting seeing it being like ripped into. I know it was like already broken, already like damaged, but still, I'm like, ah. But it was really neat, interesting concept. The major flaw with this console is the fact that the disc is exposed. Yes. Rorius is finally being paid by Wendy's. I'm not. Wendy's is not paying me. I'm paying them. Never knew that PAL discs reduce drawing on the screen. No, it's the other way around. It's the, I think it is. I'm pretty sure it said the well, did I read it the wrong way around? I thought it said that the. Let's have a look.
The video is all squashed down the bottom. It's because PAL has a different number of lines to NTSC.
PAL's high resolution. So PAL's high resolution, but wait, what? I'm confused.
Downloaded a boot disk off the internet and hopefully that'll get us some color. It lets me force the video
Right, yeah, force video mode.
The video is all squashed down the bottom.
I'm assuming that this isn't because PAL has less lines. It's forcing an NTSC thing to run on a PAL display. So PAL actually has more.
It's because PAL has a different number of lines to NTSC.
It's not very good. It's trying to run an NTSC thing on a PAL screen. So the NTSC having less lines. Oh, having... No, wait, what? It's my brain is so slow this morning.
It's because PAL has a different number of lines to...
Yeah, so... PAL's a different number of lines than NTSC, so NTSC must have less lines in total. And so when you display an NTSC thing on a PAL screen, yeah, the PAL screen has black lines because there's not enough signal from the NTSC copy thing. Yeah, I think I'm not 100% sure about that. It probably be worth looking that up somewhere, but whatever the case, apparently PAL has higher resolution, which is interesting to know. It's completely pointless nowadays because we don't even use those systems anymore. And it was only for CRT screens back in the day, really. Nowadays we have all sorts of modern systems that are streamlined, like standardized across the world. Donkey's Guide to Streaming Services. Okay. I haven't watched Donkey in years, but some friends of mine are fans of Donkey. And yes, this will be an interesting video because I hate the current state of things when it comes to watching stuff online.
So you want to watch the 1962 film King Kong vs. Godzilla? Well, don't worry, kid. I'm gonna catch you up to speed on every streaming service and how to watch exactly what you want to watch. Netflix. I am subscribed to Netflix because it was a better deal than Blockbuster 24 years ago. For $15 a month, you get Sausage Party, The Pope's Exorcist, Young Sheldon, Old Dads, Bad Moms, Bad Boys, Bad Lieutenant, Bad Santa, Bad Teacher, Bad Tutor, Bad Surgeon, Bad Vegan, Bad Grandpa, Dirty Grandpa, Stupid Boss, Ugly Betty, and Stinky Walter. You get Equalizer 3, Kung Fu Panda 3, and Croods 1, but Equalizer 1 and Croods 2 are only on Peacock. Equalizer 2 is on Hulu, and Kung Fu Panda 1 is on ViX. You get Gray Man, but not Rain Man. You get the new Spider-Man, but not the first one, which is on Fubo TV. Since Disney owns Marvel, they don't have either, but you can watch the new old Spider-Mans and the old new Spider-Mans and the old Spider-Mans, except for the newest old Spider-Man, which is only on Starz, which is $10 a month. With Starz, you also get John Wick 4, but not the first three, which have just been added to Netflix. However, Starz does offer you the movie Hitman, which is similar, because both characters are assassins. The sequel, Hitman Agent 47, is on HBO Max for $20 a month, or check out David Fincher's new movie The Killer on Netflix.
I like the use of Hitman music.
Hitman. But what if you don't like Hitmans? What if you want to watch Django? Well, I wish you never asked me that, because Netflix has the new Django show, and they have Django and Django, but they don't have Django or Django, which is coming soon to Starz. A few dollars for Django can be rented on Amazon for a few dollars. Django Shoots First is on Plex, Return of Django is available on Tubi, and Hallelujah for Django is on Roku. If you love trolls like Leah, Netflix has Trolls Holiday, but not Trolls Holiday in Harmony, which is on Hulu. If you love the first half of Titanic, that's on Crackle, but then you gotta switch over to Vudu to watch the rest of the movie. Paramount Plus, we had to get to watch Nathan Fielder's new show. Tubi is gonna hook you up with the Fred trilogy, which is huge. AMC Plus is Halloween 5. MGM Plus is Halloween H2O. If you love the movie Gone Girl, Lifetime Movie Club has a different movie called Gone Mom. They have a lot of mom-type movies on there. Discovery Plus has seasons 1 and 3 of Mythbusters. Discovery Go has seasons 7 and 12. Crunchyroll has 2 episodes of Mythbusters and season 14 of Speed Racer. For Banana, you'll have to subscribe to Funimation now. Dove Channel is for doggy movies. BritBox has the first 12 minutes of every episode of Diamond Geezer. For Pokemon, there is a website that tells you how to watch this. You start off on Netflix, then swap over to the Pokemon streaming service, which is the only place that has season 2. Then swap over to Prime Video for seasons 3 through 5. Swap to Freevee, then Hoopla. Season 13 is only on Amazon though. Then swap to Tubi, then Hulu, then Roku Channel, and then finally back to the Pokemon streaming and then Netflix. Easy. Now let's talk content trades. As you know, streaming services only have a temporary license for most of the media they're allowed to stream. This allows competing services to acquire the rights for their library, unless it's original content they produced, like the show Willow, which was deleted entirely. Next week, Netflix is trading Old Dads to ABC iView for Daddy Day Camp. Halloween 5 is switching over to Slice, who is selling John Wick Chapter 3 to Gem so that they can afford the rights for Equalizer 2. Good news for hockey fans, though, this month. Roger NHL Live is finally getting Indiana Jones 4 and 5, but sadly, Fetch users will be losing access to the original Puss in Boots movie. Acorn TV is trading Sing 2 to TCM Plus Go, but only if they promise to give Rush Hour 3 to Blaze TV Plus, so that they will give Rocky 4 to Mubi, so that they will give Acorn TV Fast 5. By using my simple guide, you now understand how to watch every show and movie, except for King Kong vs. Godzilla, because I forgot. HBO Go, which has been rebranded to HBO Now, then HBO Max, and then Max, they have the movie Godzilla vs. Kong, which is a different movie, but thankfully they also have every Godzilla movie produced from 1954 to 1975. Except for King Kong vs. Godzilla, which is not on any streaming services. You have to buy the Blu-ray to watch it.
Ugh. Fucking hate streaming services. Fucking hate the modern era of streaming services. I legit have returned to the old school world of downloading them totally legally. Because half of those streaming services don't even work in New Zealand. Half of those streaming services are not available in my region. So there's just like a ton of television and stuff that I just cannot watch because it just doesn't exist here. I literally cannot find them legally. Ugh, makes me so mad. But was this David Copperfield will make the moon disappear?
Newsflash, David Copperfield promises to vanish the moon. That would be funny if he actually did just destroy the moon using his vast wealth. I mean, he didn't say he was going to make it reappear, am I right? In case you didn't know, this will be
streaming
happening
service
in
is more
February,
complex
and
than a
as you can
Kojima
see here,
story,
he's made
yeah.
a little teaser trailer announcing the event. Although, I'm assuming he won't actually be on the moon when he makes it vanish. Kind of false advertising there. But hey, we live in the world of CGI.
I know the smell and taste of dwarf.
And AI. And look, I'm on the moon now. Do you believe me? Isn't it hard to breathe up here? David Copperfield has accomplished a lot in the world of magic, making the Statue of Liberty disappear, walking through the Great Wall of China. He impaled himself on a sword. He sawed himself in half. He lasered himself in half. Now that I think about it, that's quite a lot of self-mutilation. And the list goes on. Not only that, but he inspired the minds of magicians across the world, mine included. Feel like I should have some kind of magician portrait like this, right? Maybe holding a dove. And now he plans to make the moon vanish? I mean, wow, they do say aim for the stars, right? The moon isn't free. And this is not a joke. My dad used to tell me that.
I was gonna say, how
like we're, you know,
how does he plan to do it?
Feet.
Get to the point.
You know, winter is, after all, the cloudiest season of the year. Maybe that could be why February is important? Number 5. Or maybe drones plus a big piece of black fabric. Just carrying this up. So it's hard to imagine how he would realistically and practically pull this off. And I'm curious if we will see it just blink out of existence suddenly, or like the Statue of Liberty, it'll be covered for a moment and then revealed to be gone. That probably seems more doable to me. You know what? I'm going to ask now a few magic friends and see if they have any input. Time to tap into the magic think tank.
Hey Jason, Sean Farquhar here. I know you want me to speculate on how Copperfield's going to make the moon disappear, and to be honest, I think he's just going to make the moon disappear. The guy's a genius. I mean, he's just going to be standing here, snap his fingers, and the moon's going to disappear. And that's what we'll see. It'll be crazy.
All right, possible theory number 1. David Copperfield will just snap his fingers and it disappears. Magic. By the way, very nice and artistically put together video, actually. That looked really cool. Next we've got...
Hi Jason, hello community. It's Matt Spitwell, Professor of Magic from Germany, and I have 3 theories how Copperfield could make the moon disappear. First, he's waiting for a lunar eclipse. Second, he's working hand in hand with Tesla and uses their satellites to cover the moon. Third, the moon will never disappear. It will be a projection.
Interesting theories. I wonder if that's even possible with Tesla satellites converging to block the moon. That would be insane.
Yeah.
Even if that's how he did it and everyone discovered, I would still feel...
See if there's any information.
Prediction is we will just be fooled. So again, this is all happening in about a month and a half. Actually, you know, if David Copperfield were just a little more patient, I see that in the not too distant future.
So this is just a
kind of
like a theory video of how it might happen.
Feeling we get watching magic. So enjoy that sense of wonder, and remember, subscribe, notification bell, smash the like button. See ya.
Okay. I thought they might actually show what he was gonna do, or him doing it, but yeah, I imagine it's probably just some freaking like just like a curtain in the sky, or yeah, they'll start it off as a projection of the moon. The moon won't actually be up in the sky. They'll use some sort of projection to make it look like it's in the sky, and then they'll get rid of the projection. Started development 30 years ago. Sure. I mean, maybe it did. Maybe the original like seed of that thought was there. For those who haven't seen Portal Revolution, I played it on the channel. We watched this in one of the previous. I think I just opened this up in the previous reaction stream and watched it, so we won't watch it again. Yeah. The greatest Zorg feature. Monitor rotation for programmers.
11. Have you ever wanted your desktop to look like this? So recently, this article started making the rounds. Ideal monitor rotation for programmers. This is not a new article. It came out 2 years ago. But this tweet posted about it, and it kinda popped off because someone said, hey, what's stopping you from developing for diagonal mode? Well, turns out you actually can do that on X11. Now, you might notice I'm recording this from my Hyperland install, not my X11 install. The reason for that is, OBS doesn't know what to do if you rotate the screen by 1 degree. It just completely ignores it. So I have to record the screen using an external camera, and I'll show you the results on X11 when they are relevant. Now, regarding a sensible answer to the topic of the article, there are 2 rotations that actually make sense: landscape and portrait. Now, like most people, this user has experimented using portrait displays for reading and programming. The ability to display large amount of text is certainly appealing, but it is fairly boring. Like, look at this. It's just a portrait display. What are you going to do with that? Personally, I do have a portrait display. My secondary display over here that has OBS and my file manager on it, just because I don't really have that much room to work with here. Also, I don't really want to crane my neck all the way over here, so having everything right here is a lot easier for me to work with. I also have a screen next to my camera. This is my glorified teleprompter. Now, I could make a proper teleprompter without, like, things you can buy to have a proper teleprompter on your camera.
My bad, had a visitor.
I don't want to buy them though, and I kind of just like what I'm doing here. It works, it is what it is, so I'm just going to keep working with it. And doing this on Wayland is easy enough. On KDE and GNOME, you have your GUI configuration tools to go and set it however you want to set it. On most WRoots compositors, you can also use a system called WLR Render. On Hyperland, there's also a config file to set the transformations, but this is your basic, sensible stuff. This is landscape, 90 degree to 70 degree, and if you really want it, if you're an absolute psychopath, you can invert the display and then have it landscape, but upside down. I guess the one value to doing this is it makes it a lot easier to access your ports. And for the basic rotations, Xrender is basically just as easy. You can do Xrender -- rotate, and then do either left, right, normal, or inverted, which are all just shorthands for 0, 90, 270, and 180. But that right there is the boring functionality of Xrender. Yeah, 0 degrees is great for most applications and video content, but you have a lot of white space with websites and documents. And yeah, 90 degrees is great for text documents and chat applications, but videos don't really work too well for it. You have these giant black bars on full screen video. What if you wanted to use Xrender to do something a bit weirder? What about 1 degree? Or what about 45 degrees? Well, 1 degree is great if your desk is on a slight lean, but fonts do render a little bit weirdly. It's kind of like if you have a really bad scaling factor. Everything is just blurry, and 45 degree is a great middle ground between vertical and horizontal, but it doesn't fit well with non-square aspect ratios, which is every single display on the market. Now, it is worth keeping in mind that even though you are doing a rotation, the origin point of your display is still the same point. So when you rotate, it rotates around that same point rather than moving it. This can lead to some really odd results, and you might want to shift the virtual position of the display so the entire thing doesn't just fly off the side. Also, from my understanding, things are still being drawn even if they're not on the screen. So if you notice, for example, that your mouse just suddenly vanished, be sure to check it isn't somewhere on the X11 display that isn't visible on your physical display. Now, you probably noticed, but this user isn't using a 16:9 display. They are using 21:9, an ultra-wide. Now, doing some fancy mathematics, you can work out what angle is going to give you the longest possible line. It turns out that is going to be 22 degrees. The only problem is your webcam does start to slide away, which is probably an issue at 45 as well, but maybe it's just already finished sliding. And look, this is stupid, but if you physically rotate the display by 22 degrees or 45 degrees or whatever amount you're rotating it by in X11, this is usable. Now, I wouldn't say it's pleasant to use or you want to use it.
Why?
But it is usable. So this here, I think, is the best monitor orientation for software development. It provides the longest line lengths and no longer need to worry about that pesky 80 column limit. This probably gives you...
Nah. Fascinating, but why? Yeah, the idea is that their idea, at least, was that like you have the longest distance between left and right hand side of the screen, so you could theoretically have code that's really long, like any code that's a super long line. You can see the whole thing without getting cut off the edge of the screen. But the one benefit versus all of those downsides, just so not worth it. iCloud Flaw lets anyone lock your Apple device if they know your serial number. Okay.
There's a flaw in Apple's iCloud that allows someone to remotely lock your Apple device, and all they need to do it is your serial number. It's all possible because of an unpatchable boot ROM exploit that surfaced a few years ago, known as Checkmate. It exploits the read-only code that runs on boot. Because it's read-only memory, Apple can't patch the vulnerability with a software update. The exploit affects models up to the iPhone X, iPad 7, iPad mini 4, and iPad Pro 2nd generation, along with the iPod Touch 7. The exploit requires physical access to the device, so one might think it's unlikely to affect them. But in reality, you can cause havoc to another device without ever having access to it, and it's because of how Apple's activation servers work, swapping serial numbers, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth addresses with ones from an unlocked device. These serial numbers are for sale all over websites like AliExpress. After transferring this information, the device now has a new identity, one identical to that of another device.
Right.
So Apple's server allows it to activate and work normally. The problem is those serial numbers come from another device. So unless you took them from a device you own, there's a good chance those serial numbers were stolen from someone else's device. If your device now has the serial number of someone else's, you've just locked them out. Their device is now activation locked to your email. There have been people who have purchased brand new sealed devices that have been activation locked when they've unboxed them. This is because someone has already stolen its serial number. Elite Obsolete Electronics experienced this with an iPod Touch.
Telling me it's iCloud locked? Are you serious? I am so confused.
And there's nothing he can do to get this brand new iPod to work, as Apple's policy is only to unlock devices with their original proof of purchase. Whether this is done with malicious intent or not, if someone is to obtain your serial number, they could link their own Apple ID with it and lock you out of your own device. And if they were to put it in lost mode, even with proof of purchase, Apple would not unlock it. This is yet another major flaw with Apple's activation lock. I have covered its other issues in depth in a previous video, but to summarize, if you were to forget your password or reset a device without signing out, it becomes forever locked, even when it's not marked as lost or stolen. A grace period is required to give the owner time to activate lost mode, but if the owner doesn't mark it as lost or stolen, why is it being locked? This majorly flawed security system locks innocent people out of their own devices and provides the ability for people to abuse the system to lock out other people's devices by reusing their serial numbers, creating mass amounts of e-waste while contributing to the sale of new devices. So how can you protect yourself? These adversaries are only after unlocked serial numbers, so an easy fix is to sign into iCloud and enable Find My on your own account. Just be sure to remember your password or have the original sales receipt, because if you lock yourself out, you won't be able to use your device. Also protect your serial number, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth addresses when selling your device online, and certainly don't post any photos of it. While only older models can have their serial numbers changed, it may be possible to use a serial number from a newer device. If you have an Android phone or tablet, you don't have anything to worry about, as there's no server-based lock implemented into stock Android. So someone finding out your serial number is not an issue. If Apple was to fix their activation lock system so it didn't
Proud
lock devices
Android
that
moment.
weren't stolen, activation lock would be less prominent, and therefore people would have less of an incentive to circumvent the lock. But I don't see things changing anytime soon. And on that note, this has been a Hugh Jeffries video. If you like what you saw, consider subscribing and check out the playlist for tech that's not what it seems.
Yeah. Interesting problem caused by clearly an attempted solution to a problem. That's always the way, isn't it? What's wrong with your bird? Oh, yes. I saw this the other day. Oh, God. Yeah, so that's what happens when kiwis are threatened. When a kiwi is threatened, it will howl like that. It'll like growl aggressively. Normally, the noises kiwis make sounds nothing like that. Normal happy kiwi noises are like little chirps and like you'd expect from a bird. But when they feel threatened, when they've been, like in that case, I think it was just the use of the flashlight on the kiwi as he was running. Yeah, he was not happy. that kiwi was very unhappy, making those growling noises. It turns itself into a dragon. It kind of looks. Kiwis are weird birds, but yeah, dragon-esque, I suppose. Bird has unusual baby birds.
Infelizmente, ai, uma gata criou aqui dentro desse toco velho de cocheira. E o papagaio parou de dormir lá em casa e tá cuidando da gatinha.
What the heck?
Ó. Ó, pra vocês verem, hein?
How did the kittens get there? How did they get up there? What the heck? Yeah. Limited realism. Let's not. Let's keep moving. Let's keep watching more of you guys' submissions because we're so behind. We're still only on 24 days ago, and it's 3 hours 18 minutes in. So let's keep going.
Oh, what the f, dude? Where'd you just come from? I'm a time traveler, okay? Be cool. I just got back from the past. I went back and I killed that son of a bitch, Hans Sprechter, right in his crib.
Hans Sprechter?
Yeah. Oh, right, you don't know. Because I killed him. That makes sense. Hans Sprechter was an infamous German dictator in the 1940s. He killed, brace yourself, over 500 Jews. Oh, no. You're in shock.
Well,
I know what you're thinking. How could anybody have done such a mindless atrocity? I I've asked myself that many times.
No, okay, so there was this guy, right? Different guy.
Don't tell me that somebody stepped into the power vacuum I left behind by killing Hans Sprechter.
You've heard of Adolf Hitler?
Oh, no.
Can you use the time machine again?
It was a one-use-only time machine.
That seems short-sighted. You're responsible for this?
No. I just need to think.
Yeah. Most like it honestly, common outcome. Trying to change the past. Get rid of one bad, make an even worse bad. Okay. Sith Kitty. Okay, what's this? NSFW? Is it actually NSFW? Wait. Let's have a look. Ah, I see. Yeah, nope, really is NSFW. Banned. Alright, Advent the Adventurer 2. I saw this when I was scrolling down. Like, interesting. If you're not aware, we recently played Amanda the Adventurer on the channel.
Is it on? Oh, okay, sorry. Hey, Fandas, it's me, Wooly. Boy, it sure has been a while, hasn't it? Oh, well, thank you so much for your support. Amanda...
Chicken with the gun.
Amanda couldn't be here today. She's,
missing?
Well, she's out. Yeah. But don't worry. She gave me a special message to read to you all. I just gotta find... okay, here it is. Hey, friends. It's Amanda. Sorry I couldn't make it today. Been busy going on adventures and meeting up with old friends. But I just wanted to thank you for showing your love and let you all know that Amanda loves you too. Okay, I did what you asked now. Please, let me go.
Interesting. Anyway, German versus Clock rematch.
It is huge, isn't it? Like that's a comically oversized computer. Speaking of, let me see if I can make these doors bigger. No.
Oh, that's a big tower.
Oh, you can.
5, 115, 145. Okay, this has a puzzle piece on it. Is that 855? 855? 835?
I was gonna say.
What time is that?
It's not 35 either. It's
8. This is 8:35.
It's 26 or 25.
It's 25. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Try 26.
What? Wait, what time is... Shit. Oh no, my cover's gonna get blown here
God.
in a second. My cover's about to be blown. My cover's about to be blown. 8:26. Right. Okay. 8:26. Good. My cover gets to stay not blown. Yeah. No, it's not.
It was Germa, and he was like, yeah, one time before stream I took like just like a little bit, just like 5 grams, like a really small amount. And then I was on stream and an analog clock came up in the game and I couldn't read it. And chat was like, oh, he's playing a bit, like this is a bit, but I was there and I couldn't read the clock. And I started to get really embarrassed, but I was like, oh yeah, I can't read the clock.
Wow.
And then I never did it again because he was just so embarrassed.
It turned me to a dumbass.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Put a 4080 in there comfortably. It might just explode, but the connectors might burn up before it explodes, so you might get lucky.
So that's why it's like, that's why. Wait, was he actually high? He got high during a stream. That's why he's having this like flashback at this moment, at the start of the video. I'm not great at clocks and analog clocks, but I'm not that bad. Yeah. I do believe, yes, that is the confirmation that there is a sequel coming, yeah, to Amanda the Adventurer. And Wooly he either is struggling to read, or yeah, Amanda's writing's pretty bad, so he's struggling to read her writing. Yeah. Rorius edible stream win. You can now watch the stream and eat it at the same time. Yeah.
So you got stands over here, but it ain't reaching because of the handle. Guess what? You take your
I think I've seen this.
the clean spoon, but you can use a dirty spoon. And you do this. You focus it on this part of the handle, and well then, now you got yourself a little jet stream of hot water to clean up any greases and oils. Yeah. Works.
Oh, whoops.
Wow. It's cleaner. Wow.
Shit. Who was that? Who posted that? Was it Kagurabachi on the Discord? Someone posted that on the Discord and I've seen it already. If I had a G Fuel flavor, what would it be? That is a good question. I'm not sure. It would be something like, it would be one of those flavors like blue lemonade, where it's like, it's just made up. Like, the flavor would be blurple or something like that. Because that's the color of the channel, like the blue-purple color. Indigo. It'd be like, it'd be a concept, not a flavor. Been playing the Outer Worlds. Ah. Not amazing, but it was free, lol. Right. Just gonna mainline it. Yeah, fair enough. Artificial flavoring, exactly. Yeah, the flavor of my G Fuel would be blurple. Or if you want to go with the like more like standard thing, it would be some sort of indigo color, and it would be like indigo lightning, indigo blast. or I'd work with like one of my favorite game companies or whatever, and I'd make it so it's like the Rorius flavor is like Wumpa fruit or something like that. I really would, if it existed. I'm sure it probably does. It probably does exist. But a Wumpa fruit flavored G Fuel would be funny. You know, like something like that where it's like from a game, like a fruit from a game that doesn't literally exist. Anyway, number 1 is safe.
This is how you're most likely to get hacked in 2024. InfoStealer malware delivered via email, which seems to be surprisingly good at bypassing Windows Defender. I'm going to showcase how the attackers do that in just a second. Yes, they do manage to completely beat Windows Defender, which is why this avenue of attack via these
Overwatch
supposed
2 isn't
PDF
that bad.
contracts is so
It's
popular
fine,
these
but
days.
I'm sad that
the
they
way
just
it
got rid of the
starts
original
is an
version.
email. For me, it's a sponsorship email. For you, it may be something else. And the initial email is never going to have any kind of attachment or malware. It's just going to be an email to get you to respond to them. The next email is going to be a little bit more, right? It's a gradual process. So here they're going to give you a link to the website, and this is a legitimate website to the legitimate software. And still, there is no malware. We're just talking about the cost of a sponsor segment or whatever. And I say, well, I'm ready. Send me the details. And then they continue to send me pure text email pretending to be a legitimate advertiser. As you can see, this is like ads@magix.com, but there's a .pl at the end. But don't expect everybody to catch on to details like that. The real red flag here is they wanted to know my operating system. Probably because they have different malware for Windows and for Mac or Linux. So depending on your operating system, they're going to send you a different payload. So I
would say it's not even a sequel. Overwatch 2 isn't even really a sequel. It's just they took Overwatch 1, they shut it down, set up new servers, and made it free to play. And also reduced it so that there was only 5 players instead of 6 per team. They did some like gameplay tweaks, and then they just like shut down the original and opened the new one with this free to play. That's basically all they did. It's not even a sequel.
My operating system's Windows 11. All right, great. And then they send me this link. Now, what happens when we visit this link? Let's just copy it and try it in a virtual machine. And this is kind of where you would expect an antivirus or your Windows Defender to step in, but that's actually not possible because this is going to be a zip file. And when we open it, it's going to have a folder as 2 things. A bunch of innocuous files like these MP4s, these JPEGs, images, videos, and then it's going to have something called contract. And inside this contract is what you expect to be an application. But when you extract it, when you extract the whole thing, this is going to show up as a PDF. Now, funnily enough, when you run this PDF, this does not run. This is actually password protected. And this is why it's probably not blocked by Windows Defender, because it's not looking at the code because of the password protection. And if we go ahead and type in the password, which is here in a text file, again, completely innocuous, and we put that in here, boom, that's all they need to hack you. The code that just executed captured details from all of our browsers, and if I had any login cookies, if I was logged into my YouTube, my Google account, my bank account, all those details are now transferred to the attackers. And all this while, we had Windows Defender sitting here napping. As you can see, it was turned on, and it was fully up to date. I even did a scan, and nothing was found. Now, interestingly, if we do a scan of the system using Norton PowerRaiser after this, it does actually detect this file as a medium risk item, and that is mostly due to the reputation scan. So maybe it's not impossible to detect this type of malware, but it's definitely very difficult, and Windows Defender is probably not going to be able to do it because this particular detection seems to be a reputation detection. Windows Defender can't do that because it runs on every Windows system. And even if it did, it would create so many false alerts for other applications that you would just get used to allowing the alerts that Windows Defender gives you anyway. So this is one of the prime examples of when you do need situational awareness in order to avoid being the victim of a cyber attack. Now, once your details have been captured, you don't know what's going to happen to them. They may be sold on the dark web, or
I think we've seen enough here. Basically, that's an interesting, concerning way that you could get theoretically hacked. But yeah, just don't download things from unprompted emails. In his case, he went through and like followed it through just to show you what it looks like. But Be ever vigilant. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Minecraft Fortress 2. TF2 research mine test?
You have blocks. How do we build? What button? Just select your grappling hook.
Mission begins in 6
Do you have an item in your inventory?
Thing? What the heck is this Minecraft? How do you build?
Oh, he added textures for swords. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh no.
I just noticed that all the player characters have like Minecraft proportions. Oh, weird.
Why can't we build all the way to the top?
Kiddo's actually playing Minecraft. I don't think he can get diamonds though.
Wait, you can change. Oh, you press reload to change the block type. Okay. Oh, and the pickaxe is a diamond pickaxe. This is great.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
Bro, I can make a tunnel.
What are they?
I'm making a tunnel.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck are they doing? It's yeah, it's there's a wall in between blue and red.
One day, it's fine.
Oh, we can keep building. You can. Wait, why was there sand?
What's going on?
Someone's found my tunnel.
Oh my god, it's just straight up Minecraft models.
Why is there a shield? Just make it invisible. Anyway.
I said the Wii script was the best update in the one of the best updates in the
Yo,
history.
New York Simulator? No way. True.
Oh, you can't block spawn anymore.
Who took the forbidden fruit? I see a spy. Get out of here. Remember, we can drink.
This is so weird. You're playing Minecraft right now?
Wait a minute.
TF2 Minecraft.
Yo, when do we have bed wars in this?
Bed wars. The music. Sexo.
How do you change blocks?
R. Oh my god, they're running with the funny things. Why are you doing this? What?
You look so blazed right now. I'm getting really sleepy. I've been like so either just exhausted or sleepy or tired in recent time. I'm amazed that I made it this far into the stream before getting like this, where it's sort of like my eyes are starting to look like I'm like high.
We cannot exit the staircase anymore. No, the inverted space coin,
guys, mine down.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the end of the stream, so I think I can make it to the end. But I was
wait till this is over.
I was very tempted to make this only a short stream, because of that. But I seem to have lasted okay.
Oh, just remove coins in general. It's just pay to win bullshit.
Yeah, I've been trying to prove the
What if Overwatch could have a single player campaign? Well, that's the thing is, I don't know if you're aware, Zach. The original Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 was originally going to have the whole point of them doing Overwatch 2 was that they were going to make a single player campaign.
We have access to our base.
That's the whole reason that Blizzard were originally going to do Overwatch 2 was that they were going to make a whole single player campaign where they were going to do like PvE, like the missions that they added to the original game, where it's like there are levels in the original game that you could do, which were like fully PvE. You form a team, and then you fight a bunch of like robots, or a bunch of like bot enemies, or it's usually the war against the null robots, and and they had the like not Scream Fortress, the Overwatch version of Halloween event that was PvE as well, and there's a couple more. There's a handful of PvE events that they had in the original Overwatch, and people loved those things. So they were like, let's make Overwatch 2, and the main pull of Overwatch 2 was going to be all that, like, they're going to make a whole, like, campaign of single player / like, co-op PvE content. So not so much single player, but like PvE. And then, for reasons that they haven't fully explained, they scrapped it and put it, just made Overwatch 2 over the exact same as Overwatch 1. What is New Zealand's LGBT policy? You mean like gay marriage is legal? Yep. For years though, civil unions between same-sex couples has been totally legal as well. What else is there? I mean, homosexuality or like any of the versions of that is pretty standard, pretty like modern standard here. Auckland is no different. If anything, it's more liberal because it's the big city of the country. I don't know much about trans rights, other than that you can't discriminate in terms of job applications and things like that, and the government policy, they can't discriminate against gay or trans or any of those things. Yeah. I don't know what the state of trans healthcare is in New Zealand. That is something I am not familiar with. I've heard about trans healthcare in the US and in the UK, but not here. Streamer attempts to destroy a sentry with a rocket jumper oh. I see. Yikes. They perhaps didn't realize they had this equipped. Come on. I'm not super good at this either. They literally have no offensive weapons. Yikes. Oof. I don't think the streamer knows how to rocket jump very well. No. They were not... Firstly, they didn't realize they had the rocket jumper. Secondly, they didn't really even know how to rocket jump. Thirdly, the only physical attacking weapon they had equipped was the freaking melee weapon. Literally, they don't even have their shotgun. Their secondary weapon was the do-do-do-do thing. I forget what it's called. The only thing that did any damage on that soldier was the sign that you pull out that you can whack people with. Oh, whoops. Same clip. Alright, what do we got here? Excuse me, Gordon.
Hello. Oh. Oh my. Oh no. Excuse me, Gordon.
The conscious objector, that's it, yeah. Be used on all classes. Wait, can it? Oh, the melee weapon. The melee weapon is a conscious. I was gonna say I was like, the horn isn't called a conscious objector. No, the sign is the conscientious. Sorry, objector. Yeah. Cool. Oops. Nice code approved. How a Steam bug deleted someone's. Oh no. Delete someone's entire PC.
Welcome to the first episode of Issues Insights, a series where we look at some of the most interesting issues out there, from GitHub to GitLab to proprietary issue trackers, even to your favorite mailing lists. We'll cover them all. We expect to produce at least one episode of this that worked back in the day. You first install Steam, after which you can run the binary file called Steam found in the directory /user/bin to start the client. This binary does not contain the full Steam application, but invokes files in the installation directory called Steam roots in each user's home. Before getting too deep, let's take a high-level view of the Linux file system. First, there is the root directory, which, as we know, contains everything. Then we see that user bin contains user programs like Steam, compared to /bin, which usually contains programs essential for the operating system to function. The home directory, abbreviated as a tilde and located at /home/name, works as you'd expect and is where each user stores all of their stuff. In each user's home is the Steam root directory, where Steam installs itself and stores its games. It also has an important script called steam.sh, which is what the Steam binary invokes to configure and launch Steam. After setting everything up, the script will then invoke the main executable called steam.exe. All three of these entry points can technically be used to start Steam directly, just for different purposes and with certain limitations. Anyways, on January 14th, 2015, Kevin opened an issue on the Steam for Linux GitHub repo stating the following. I moved the Steam folder to a drive mounted somewhere else and symlinked the original directory to the new location. Symlinks or symbolic links are just special files which point to the file or directory that they are linked to. These are kind of like shortcuts, except symlinks are completely transparent to the application layer, as the operating system automatically resolves it to the target. So we can kind of see what Kevin was trying to do here. Move the Steam folder to a drive with better performance or storage capacity, and create the symlink so applications can still find that folder using the original path. Then I launched Steam. It did not launch. It offered to let me browse, and still cannot find it when I pointed it to the new location. Steam crashed. I restarted it. It reinstalled itself and everything looked great. Until I looked and saw that Steam had apparently deleted everything owned by my user recursively from the roots directory, including my 3TB external drive I back everything up to. Doofy then follows up with a reply, having encountered the same issue. This is terrible. I just lost my home directory. All I did was start steam.sh with the Steam debug flag enabled. If you recall, steam.sh is the helper script located in Steam root that can be used to start Steam. After a bit of digging in the script, they found a line which runs rmrf for the Steam root directory. One line above this command was the comment scary, indicating that this was a very scary operation. Soon enough, TCM 1911 chimed in with a hypothesis. This Steam root variable must have somehow been an empty string, causing the rmrf arguments to be the roots directory. Taking a closer look at Steam root, this enclosing $sign in parentheses is a command substitution, where the output of the commands run inside will substitute the expression and thus be assigned to Steam root. So what is the output? Well, it's what's going to be echoed or printed, in this case the current working directory signified by this pwd environment variable. The working directory of a script is where it is run from, not where the script is located. If you execute a script from the temp directory, the working directory returned by pwd will be temp. So the strategy here is to first change directory or cd to the directory of the script and then print the working directory. We have another OS provided environment variable 0, which refers to the path of the script being executed. Then this % signifies you want to remove the preceding pattern from the end of the preceding string. The pattern here is a / followed by a wildcard. So from the preceding string, which is the path of the script, we start from the end and delete the first / we see, followed by everything after it. In this case, we delete the name of the file, leaving us with the Steam root directory. But this appears to work. What causes it to return an empty string? You see, if any part of this command fails prior to the echo, the command substitution will output nothing, and therefore nothing will be assigned to Steam root. RXC Dude notes that the command definitely fails in such a way when running the script directly with bash like so. Why is this the case? Normally when you run a script in Linux by invoking its path, the kernel will detect that it is an interpreter script, since it starts with a shebang specifying which interpreter to use. Then it will invoke the interpreter with the script path as the first argument.
I just
this
dozed
first
off for a second
argument is
there.
what the environment variable 0 we talked about previously refers to. However, bash and similar
insane.
shells allow you to
Man,
run a
that
script
horseshoe
by
is-
passing a plain file
Monster
name
Fest is
into the
running 9
command
here,
as
what the
long
fuck?
as it's in the current directory. This will start a new bash shell and
They really
run
should
the
have waited
script
till they had
using the
all of
file
them done
name as the
before.
first argument, which results in a $0 variable that is an invalid path. Here is the phenomenon in action. We run the same script, but in the second case, it only prints a file name, not a valid path. This causes the directory change command to error out and return no output, setting Steam root as an empty
Tired,
string,
yes, yeah.
causing RMRF to delete the root directory's contents. At this point, most were satisfied and began suggesting fixes, discussing how terrible the code was, and wondering how it was
Right,
possible for
sleep stream.
Kevin to be so cool and collected. But wait, this recursive deletion is in reset Steam. Why was this function called in the first place? Reset
Yeah.
Steam is only invoked under two circumstances. First, the user can intentionally pass the reset flag into the script. Given the bug report did not mention the reset flag, let's take a closer look at the other case. All of these conditions need to be met, as indicated by the AND operator between each condition. Only one of them is important, the rest is just housekeeping, so let's get the obvious ones out of the way first. Initial launch just verifies there isn't already a Steam process running, so this is easily true. Next, current status must not be set to this magic exit code, which is just a variable to ensure that this doesn't get stuck in an infinite
Tempting.
loop. Next, the Steam starting file must exist, and it should exist since
Just
nothing
me
has
sleeping
been
on my
done to
couch
the
and nothing
Steam
else.
config folder where it is located. Lastly, it just confirms that the Steam script is not out of date, which should be expected. So the key condition which triggers reset Steam is that this installed bootstrap environment variable has to be an empty string, which is the default value for an unset variable. Before the reset Steam check, steam.sh should run the main executable steam.exe, which sets this variable to 1 after installing some bootstrap software. The developers intended for reset Steam to trigger if steam.exe failed to do this, indicating something went wrong. However, in this case, nothing was wrong with steam.exe. It was just executed with a path that is based on Steam root, which we've already established is set incorrectly as an empty string due to the other bug. So steam.sh fails to run the main executable at all since it has the wrong path, the installed bootstrap environment variable is not exported and remains blank, all the conditions of the if statement are met, and then reset Steam is called. So now we know how to trigger the bug, run steam.sh inline with a shell like bash. This explains what happened to Doofy, who clearly ran steam.sh, but how does this play into Kevin's original account, who only mentioned launching the main Steam binary? Well, a Valve employee had a hypothesis. Kevin first moved Steam to an NTFS drive,
There
which
it was
being
again.
made for Windows doesn't play nice with the Linux file system,
$10
and
for
would
1 hour
strip
of
the
sleep. Oh my
executable
God.
bit in the version of Ubuntu used here. This causes the Steam binary to inevitably fail and crash as it cannot execute anything in the drive. Then he gets really annoyed and runs bash steam.sh, and most importantly, he gets amnesia and forgets he ever ran such a command. Kevin replies that he only ran Steam normally, and he wasn't even sure if that line was the culprit, which makes sense given that from his perspective, he never ran steam.sh. Furthermore, he recalls he may have mounted the drive with options to allow execution of all files, which is reasonable given that Valve software themselves have tutorials to mount NTFS drives in this way. And of course, he is still very calm and collected. However, the exact play-by-play actions cannot be confirmed since the computer with all of its configurations was wiped. So what now? I suppose all we can do is guess, as I have my own never-seen-before theory to how this all happened. So it all started on a stormy Wednesday evening when Kevin finished cooking up his lasagna and heads to the computer room to work on his new gaming setup. After setting everything up, he attempts to run Steam. but Steam fails to run. Not because the NTFS drive did not add the executable bit, but because Kevin created the symlink incorrectly in home/local rather than home/local/share, where Steam root is supposed to be. This is a fairly easy typo to make, as he made the same mistake on the GitHub issue he created. He realizes his mistake and fixes the symlink, creating it in the proper folder and reruns Steam. While Steam is still starting up, he absent-mindedly goes to clean up the incorrect symlink because why not, and forgets that he ever did so. But unbeknownst to him, he actually accidentally unlinks the correct symlink instead. In a stunning race condition, he manages to do this in the literal microseconds after steam.sh is invoked, but before the assignment of Steam root, and since the symlinked path no longer exists, the directory change fails, and Steam root remains an empty string. And we've already established that if Steam root is an empty string, the bug will trigger. To fix the bug, various alterations to the Steam root command, such as using readlink or dir name, can guarantee a valid path is returned, and checks can be added to verify Steam root is a real path. Furthermore, Bash has built-in options which make the shell exit when a command fails. So when the directory change or steam.exe execution fails, the script immediately ends instead of proceeding with buggy behavior. These are what ended up being the actual fix, but many disagreed that this was enough. Some suggested to write all the scripts in a real language like Python or Perl, or check for typical Linux directories, look up files from an internal database, and only remove known files, not writing amateur hour code, never use RMRF, use an empty file as a marker, don't use the wildcard, you should just lock this thread, just don't delete user data. By the way, here's my public domain script that has my preferred fix. Valve has no idea how to Linux. Has this problem been fixed? It's still happening. Question mark?
What an unfortunate scenario. Yeah. I'm glad to have not have experienced anything similar on Windows. Dumping. I mean, to be fair, I believe you wouldn't be able to get away with something like that because Windows has all sorts of like limitations on what, like how deep you can reach in a computer in the like system drive stuff. In the fucking root. My brain is so slow right now. An absolute banger. In the ROM of GBA Gamer crashing it. Oh. What the? Oh god, I gotta relearn Python for this year, cause my students are using Python. The teacher that I'm working with this year, she teaches the year 11s, which is like 2 years from the top. So like year 13's top year of high school, 12, 11. The year 11s, they learn Python, which means I have to learn Python to teach them Python. Anyway. Making dinner in your honor, Roy? Oh. What are you making for dinner? Oh. So close. Hmm. Leftovers. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh. Interesting. I was waiting for Royce to play that one game that takes like 150 days to beat. What game was that? You're not talking about that bus game, are you? That one bus game where you're like driving a bus down a desert highway, and you have to just keep correcting your steering wheel, and it just goes on forever, like for basically forever. The Longing, and it's actually 400 days. Wait, it's called The Longing. Alright, 1 second. Wait, oh, I have heard of this. Um. Oh, wait, is it because wait. I'm reading some stuff about it, wait. Um, the game that takes 400 IRL days to beat. Uh, Interesting. This person writing about it on Reddit basically says that they think it's like a perfect game, almost perfect game. It sounds like it's because it's got like a Animal Crossing kind of setup going on where it's like the days line up with our days. So theoretically, if you were to do it properly without manipulating your time, then yeah, it takes 400 days because you need to keep skipping time. I was gonna say, just skip, please. Oh. Okay. Weird. Interesting and weird. And what's going on here? It's just... Huh? Huh? Is that me doing the cat face? That... Huh? Cat face? 1 in 2 million. Rarest Minecraft bug ruins speedrun tournament. Oh shit, it's time. The time is up.
Oh my god, hurry up, hurry up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 bed, 1 yellow, 1 anchor. 52 seconds?
I don't think he gets it because it's 1 in 8. It's gonna be slow, right? It's not gonna be 52 seconds. Oh, Blaze Blondes!
Dude.
Oh, what is happening? What?
I'm bugged. I can't move. I'm fully bugged.
Okay, so for some much needed context, this bug does not have a name. It was discovered a few months ago by Circuit Store.
It's this, right? This is what happened to me?
In the description of Circuit's video, he explains what's going on in like a lot of detail. But basically, there is an incredibly small range on the edge of every full block that will prevent you from moving if you clip inside of it.
Dude, that has to be the rarest shit ever. I soft locked myself by hurling to a 0.00001 meter.
For reference, if a block is 1 meter across, the range in which this soft lock happens is about the size of the smallest known bacteria. So this bug, which has never naturally happened to anybody before, it happens in the final match of ESI 3. And on top of that, it could have happened in any pearl throw ever, but it happens during a zero cycle that is barely finishable on a run that will win Silver the seed if he completes it. Now, from the host's perspective, it's like, do you reset the seed? That feels kind of bad. Do you just say, hey, unlucky bro, you got a 1 in 2 million bug? That feels kind of bad too. There's not really a good solution here. I'll link the finals down in the description so you can watch what happens for yourself. It's definitely worth checking out, so I won't spoil who wins. But I will show some other insane things that happened later on in the match to Silver.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, he went for the 6 explosives. It's fine. He did look at an Enderman, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay, he can just swim. The Enderman picked up the gravel! The Enderman picked up the gravel instantly and killed him!
And then maybe just have to replay an entire seed. It kind of sucks forcing you to play 7 seed session, but like...
Yeah. What is... Silver is getting all of the bugs. What the... What?
In the same run, he has another terrible bug. What the heck?
The computer players in Mario Kart 64 do not play fair. In fact, they cheat so hard that you'd swear someone edited their files and forgot to disable them. From speed boosts to driving through walls and ignoring items, they do everything, including a CPU-only skip. In fact, before you begin a race, the game is already stacking the deck against you, as it selects 2 characters that will act as your steroid-infused rivals. Rival characters are coincidentally selected on the character select screen the moment you pick your racer, with rival pairings being somewhat based on who you pick. So Toad will never see Wario or Luigi as rivals, while Mario can, but Toad will see Luigi and Wario. So why does the order matter? Not all rivals are created equal, and in this case, one will be the primary rival, with the other being the secondary. All other CPUs are generic, with no special abilities, so I'll be referring to them as Martys for the rest of the video. Both rivals are given special rubber banding abilities that increase their top speed and handling, allowing them to keep pace with the player. If we look at handling, the CPUs aren't programmed to do many turbos, the mechanic that lets players take tight corners and rewards them with a speed boost. The game instead lets rival characters take corners as tight as they want, with no penalty to speed. If this wasn't bad enough, if a rival isn't in a position to take a corner without hitting the wall, they will turn off collision and drive through the wall without any penalties. And on tracks like Toad's Turnpike, where there are moving hazards, things get even more weird. But we'll get to that in a bit. For now, let's focus on speed, which has 3 different maximums for rivals and Martys. If a rival is a certain distance behind you, they will use their maximum top speed. The exact value varies, but it's higher than the player's base maximum of 70, which lets the rivals catch up to you fairly easily. When a rival overtakes a player, 2 things will happen. If they are in first or second, their maximum speed will be reduced, which allows you to catch up. But if they're further down in the pack, they'll keep their top speed until they reach first or second. Martys are even more interesting, as they will go top speed at all times. But if they get too close to the primary rival, another special ability kicks in. When a Marty approaches a primary rival, a speed reduction is forced upon them, capping their speed to a lower maximum, which prevents them from catching the rivals. You can see this in action by toggling the character placement UI, as the 2 rivals will be clearly ahead of the Martys, with no ground ever being gained on them. The only exception to the slowdown mechanic is when a Marty is near an area where they need to make a jump, as they will ignore the reduction and get up to speed so they don't fall in the hazards. The speed reduction aura is quite powerful, but what happens if you interfere with a rival and force them to the back? If you harass the primary rival with items and put it into 8th place, the Martys will never hit the trigger that slows them down, so they will drive at top speed until the rival catches up and overtakes them, as the top speed for the rival is slightly higher than the top speed of the Martys. Another interesting cheat the rivals use is matching your speed while using boost items. Here's the placement UI when using a star or mushroom. As you can see, the rivals keep pace no matter how fast you go. Since we are on the topic of items, this would have been a great transition, but there's one more thing we need to cover, and that's CPU pathing. Regardless of if a CPU is a rival or a Marty, they will get assigned to one of the 3 paths that are programmed into the track: left, middle, and right. Based upon where they start on the first track of a Grand Prix, their path will change, as each starting position will assign them to a specific path. Except on Yoshi Valley, where due to the branching paths of the track itself, the CPUs get assigned to one of 4 unique paths to navigate the course. So how does pathing help them cheat? On every track, the path assignments only serve to stop the CPUs from bumping into each other to avoid track congestion, except on Toad's Turnpike, where they break the pathing rule constantly. Toad's Turnpike is the only course with hazards that move around the track, as it's filled with vehicles. And rather than have the CPUs constantly crash into cars, the devs coded them to switch paths if a vehicle is detected in its lane. This is a good fix to avoid a cluster truck on the track, and on its own doesn't qualify as cheating, as they will still get launched if they collide with a vehicle, provided that they are on screen. If a computer player is off screen, it gets another ability which puts it at Super Saiyan 3, where it's no longer affected by vehicle collision. This lets them stay on their current path and drive through cars, allowing rivals to catch up to you even faster. Other tracks have hazards as well, and using a special camera, we can see that while off screen, the CPUs will be affected by the rocks on Choco Mountain, the snowmen on Frapp Snowland, the egg on Yoshi Valley, and the plants on Mario and Royal Raceway. But there are exceptions. On Calamari Desert, the CPUs will ignore the train while off-screen, along with the porcupines on Yoshi Valley. But the thwomps on Bowser's Castle are perhaps the most surprising, as while they will drive through the thwomps if they aren't on camera, they will still be flattened if they get squashed. Hazards aren't the only thing that have different off-screen behavior.
This has to be the last
brings
video.
us to items the CPUs ace in the hole when it comes to cheating. While on screen, the behavior from CPUs isn't incredibly different from what happens to a player when they're hit by an enemy. So let's have a look. Red and green shells cause the same effect, but to a different degree, with red shells sending anyone hit flying into the air with a tumble, while green shells do the same, but with reduced height. If hit by a lightning bolt, the full shrinking animation plays for the CPUs, and if they're squished, the entire animation of them being flattened will play out. If a CPU is struck by a banana on camera, they will immediately stop and spin in place instead of sliding, while a player will spin out and slide for a small distance before coming to a stop. So while on screen, only the banana has a different behavior from what happens to a player, but off-screen, things happen a lot differently. If we look at green shells, the off-screen behavior removes the height but keeps the tumble, resulting in a quicker recovery time. Red shells are a bit different, however, as the CPU will come to a complete stop, then resume racing, with no tumble or height resulting from the hit. If you look at the progress UI, you can see this play out as well, as a character hit with a red shell on screen will have their portrait jump up and down, but if they're hit while off-screen, the portrait will only make a little dip, then resume making progress on the track. The AI will also drive into the fake item box without trying to avoid it, and when struck on screen, they're sent straight into the air while tumbling. But if they collide with one off-screen, they suffer the same effect as hitting a red shell. When it comes to the bolt, they still receive the shrink animation while off-screen, but if they are flattened by another CPU or the player, they recover instantly, rather than playing out the full animation where they're flat and float to the ground. On Yoshi Valley, the bolt can also cause CPUs to fall off the track. If they're being observed, an invisible Lakitu will come and pick them up, but if they're off-screen when this occurs, they will immediately snap back to the track with minimal time loss. When it comes to the most famous item in Mario Kart, any racer hit by the blue shell will be sent flying with a tumble effect while on screen. But if you're in 8th place and use a blue shell, it will have the same effect as a red and bring any CPUs it hits to a stop before they resume, rendering the most devastating item to the same status as a common red shell. Before we get to the banana, there are exceptions to the on-screen off-screen state, which are in sections where CPUs will likely be seen by the player from another area, as the game has the CPUs behave as if they are always on screen. Almost all of these are near jumps, as Fraps Snowland, Wario Stadium, Royal Raceway, and Bowser's Castle all have ramp sections, and it's likely these were included in an attempt to stop players from seeing the CPUs cheat, as there's a chance they will be seen by the player when they should be off screen. There are additional areas like this, with the hairpin corner on Royal Raceway being a prime example, as the CPUs take full hits here even while off screen. It's not known why this area was coded this way, but it's a key component in the CPU-only shortcut, which means it's finally time to talk about the banana. The banana peel is the most powerful item for CPUs in the entire...
Alright, let's kill this here. Let's not watch anymore. This is good. I really need to go have a nap. Ever since good nap / lunch, yeah, exactly. The last couple days of work, EP Rory, yeah. The last couple of days of work were like introductory days where we brought in the first year level people of the school, which is called Year 9 here. We brought the Year 9s in, and I have a what's called what usually is called a form class or a tutorial class or whatever you want to call it, homeroom. I have a Year 9 homeroom, so I had to sort of like spend the days with them, helping them get used to the school, and we had to give them a tour and welcome them to the school and do all these things. It's going to assemblies and meetings and things to do with the Year 9s. And so just then the day before, I was just like non-stop going back and forth, running up and down stairs, and I am tired. Yeah, sorry, not yesterday. That was the day before, and Thursday, Friday, my time. Have a great nap and don't listen to what Fireboy says. I may have missed what he said. Or it didn't show up at all. Oh, you mean in terms of like streaming for 24/7? Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna go nap, and then well, I probably have to help Mum first. Then go have a nap, and then yeah, hopefully recover for the week ahead. But Tuesday my time, I'll probably post about it. Tuesday my time is a public holiday, so I'm planning to stream. I can't guarantee it, but that is the plan. That's what I intend. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys there. If you like what you saw, hit like. We will probably, since I got to about 13 days, I might try and do another stream, another reaction stream before March, you know. I might try and do another reaction stream that catches up a bit. Although there isn't too many videos, I suppose. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yes, there's not too many. So it might be maybe a short stream. If I have a time for like a shorter stream, I might try and do a short stream that catches up a little bit with some of these videos. But whatever the case, whatever I end up doing, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and I'll catch you all soon on another stream. No, Fireboy, I must nap. I can predict the future, and I saw a vision, Fireboy saying. Alright, yeah, see you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I hope you guys look forward to things like Death Stranding too. I'm really excited, actually. See you guys. Bye.